Uh-oh, can you hear my voice? At least? Hello? Okay, you can hear my voice then, okay. You can hear that, but you can't hear the music. I see. Okay. All right. We're getting somewhere, all right. Sorry. It's fucking dumb. Desktop audio. This is like the worst part about doing this other setting is that I have to have it apply. Okay. How about now? Can you hear that now? Advanced audio properties, desktop audio. Not mono. Hi, friends. Can you hear me though? This is. You can't hear any of the music still. What the fuck? Unhide all. Okay. I think I found it. You should be hearing it now. What do you think? Hear it now? No music still? What the fuck? Music to your ears, I appreciate that. Audio. There's music? Okay. Cool. That's what I thought. You guys are crazy. I like you. But you're crazy. Squinks, can you copy the URL and send it over? Squinks is now moderator for the channel. That's so fucking easy. That's nice. Yeah, it's pretty delayed and it sucks. Like, the whole chat thing is gonna have to be something that we figure out. I'll have to dive into it a little bit more. I wasn't fully prepared to do that. I've been working on doing some stuff for that job interview that I got, so I've been having to kind of like split my attention. Just send it in the chat. Just put it in the chat so I can copy it and go post it up over on the Twitters and on the in Discord. Where'd I do the interview at? So last year I did some voiceover classes. Oh, thank you so much. Fucking sweetheart. I did some voiceover classes for a company called Closing Credits. It's all about like amateur voice actors and everything, but they have obviously, like I said, I took some of their courses, and they're trying to get those courses to be like, to look good, feel good, sound good, all of that stuff. So they need somebody that I'm trying to pursue in a field of instructional design, where I take all of your class material and then I just make it look good and presentable, essentially. And it was really great. It was great getting the chance to meet. I met with the CEO of the company. He'd been working on a bunch of stuff over in Silicon Valley, and yeah, I mean it's a part-time gig. It's still under a 1099 kind of contracting deal, but there is a potential for it turning into like an actual gig. So right now what I'm having to do is they want to do kind of like a test run of like a test to see like where my skills are at and see if they align with them. So I've been spending the rest of the day trying to get that all kind of situated and ready. All right, let's go here. Put that on there. First time back to the YouTube. So kind of giving you guys a little bit of a rundown of what are we going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about everything we need to know about audio and visual stuff. I know that I've kind of beat this over your guys' head, but I'm not going to shut the fuck up about it. And you can't make me, all right? But I'm ready to get this thing going whenever you guys are ready. I don't care how many people are here or not. It's turbo time, that's right. I'm gonna close that out. I don't need that. We're gonna lower this because you know what? I got two of my fucking best friends up in here. You guys know that? You guys know that you're my two best friends? And I love you. I love you a lot. I appreciate you guys coming and being here today. Honestly, it's really cool that you guys come over here, over onto YouTube. It doesn't necessarily feel any different for me, honestly. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. There's just like, they just have like the weirdest verbiage for anything. Like, instead of like viewers in chat, it's called participants. View count is now called chat rate. I'm rating my chat. Right now you guys are at a solid 2. We need to get that rating up though. Need to get my chat ratings up. It's so stupid. But yo, I appreciate it. Yes, 1000% is bestest friends. Love y'alls a whole shit ton. How does it look though? How does it feel over there right now? I know we haven't really necessarily gone live, but how's it feeling for you guys on your end? All right, let me go fill up my coffee and stuff. I'll be right back, and then we'll get this thing going. Get the hype going in the chat and kiss everybody on the mouth. I'll be right back. Yeah. All right, everybody, let's get this thing gosh damn going, y'all. Let's go. Welcome everybody on board the SIS Eureka over on YouTube. I'm your Captain EurekaFresh, and the chat looks fucking weird right now. Sorry, what's up with chat going on over here? Let's get you fixed up over here, chat. We'll put that subscriber only mode thing down there so people don't see and cry about it. God forbid a streamer puts it into that mode. I wonder if we could do some cool, I'm gonna try some stuff with this. Let's go, YouTube chat. I'm gonna put a filter on this thing. Let's put a chroma key on there. See if we can turn down the opacity a little bit there. Oh shit, look at this. God, I'm good at this. Okay. Oh my giggity giggity goosh. You guys, I'm a fucking genius. Kind of. It looks kind of fucked up. Maybe we don't go with that color there. It just makes... Oh, wait. Except for all your words don't pop up. Shit. Okay. Okay. We're getting there, you guys. Okay, we're getting there. Custom. Hi, Squinks. Hi, Kate. Hi, I don't know what to call you. What would you prefer there? You want Shane? You want Shane while you're over here? You want your God game? God game name? Oh, hi! Kate, how the fudge are you? Good to see you, 1000%, you guys. I appreciate y'all coming by and kicking it with me while I'm trying to figure all of this stuff out. Oh, no. Okay, so we can get all of the colors in there. We just can't have it be white. Okay, we're gonna try this again. This is like kind of working. Right? This isn't bad. I mean, it's not great for like what I'm working with right now. Show them what you're working with, all right? I think I'm doing pretty good at this. Sorry. That's fine, right? That's fine. That's not like amazing or anything like that, but you know what? It fucking works, okay? We could even do this, where I take this highlight thing. How are you guys doing today? It's good to see y'all. 1000%. I appreciate you guys coming by and kicking it. Go like that. And then we'll go copy and then paste reference. Then I'm gonna bring that back down here to there. We're gonna move it on over here and go like this. And then we're gonna go YouTube chat. Where did that go? It's just so much stuff in here, you guys. Most definitely, dude. For sharks. Anyways, you guys, I think that's like that's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It works. We're not going to have very many like alerts going on, but you know what? Whatever. It doesn't matter. You know what? You know why? Because we've got Kate up in here. We've got pork chomps up here, cork plops up in here. We got squinks up in here, and with some other people, I think. I don't know. I can't really tell. But welcome over here on YouTube, everybody. It's good to have you here 1000%. I hope that it is nice for you guys over here. Let's bring the volume down just a little bit there. We don't need it to be so high there. There we go. There we go. You guys, look what I've got. I've got this sick bubble tea drink. Oh, it's got boba in it. It's a matcha green tea latte. Let's get it crack-a-lackin'. You be melly. I figured out that I actually got another honeydew one. So I accidentally grabbed 2 honeydew teas, and they are like, whew, it's the most honeydew you'll ever honeydew ever. Do the honeydew. Jesus. Anyways, you guys, welcome over here on YouTube. Tell me, first of all, how was your Wednesday? How are you feeling today? And how does YouTube feel for you? Melly Mells, a milli, a milli, a milli, 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 a milli, a milli, a milli, milli, a milli, a milli, 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 a milli, a milli. You dig? A milli, 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 a milli, a milli. I'm a millionaire, I'm a young money millionaire, tougher than Nigerian hair, Nigeria, your career cause isn't fair, I'm up in there. Sorry. I get crunk sometimes when Master Wayne comes on. Hari Kuno Joe is up in here. Nope, lols don't work in here. You have to do these silly weird faces, and they just look a little weird for everything right now. I'm actually gonna go like this. Okay, for some reason I can't chat. I can't chat in my chat box for some reason. So that's kind of silly. I hate it and love it. He does this every time he hears Melly. He does this every Friday. It will be mine. Okay, so there, like I said over on TikTok, is that you can get the Better TTV plugin. Supposedly, you can get the Better TTV plugin for your Google Chrome browser thing, and it will show you, and you should be able to use them, but is working. Supposedly, yeah, it's supposedly it is working. I posted that over on TikTok, but I genuinely don't know if it works or not. So, I don't know. But I appreciate you guys coming by and kicking it with me today while we're over here on here. It's gonna be fun. I've got a lot of stuff to go over with all of you today for our workshop Wednesday stuff that we're gonna be working on today. I've kind of gone Devin Nash with it and busted out the notepad. I'm gonna be talking about all of this stuff as we go through it. Google Chrome. But yeah, I'm really excited. So kind of talk about a little bit of intro. You guys obviously have probably already heard. What I'm going to be talking about today is going to be all about getting you all set up for success when it comes to live streaming. What can we do to help you achieve your goals in live streaming? How can we help you get your audio sounding professional? How are we going to be able to get your webcams looking crisp and clean and under control? I'm not sure how it would work, but I suppose we can test things like cat jam and see if they work or not. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I have it plugged in right now. EF. Yeah. I don't think that worked. Nope, that did not work. It isn't a stream if you don't bully a streamer. Yeah, I know, exactly. That's how it goes. That's how it goes, okay? I mean, honestly, for our first live stream over here on YouTube, I'm pretty pleased with like the outcome so far. You guys are amazing. How does it look? How does the stream look to all of you? Let me go see what it looks like over here. It doesn't really look great though. That's like kind of like the bummer part. So here's the thing that's really annoying is that like if I want to stream on here at full res, I have to change literally everything. Ugh. Hey, you got nice calves. I don't know how to spell. That is classic Bless. Classic Bless. It does not know how to spell. By that logic, I guess I don't stream then. So here's the thing that's really a bummer is that like I want to stream at 1080 with you guys on here, but to do that, dude, I have to redo all of my settings and all of that shit because why? Twitch sucks. And I have to have it set up for 1280, 720, which I don't want to, but that could be a problem. And I apologize that it looks like absolute garbage. Kind of. Will be bullied, guaranteed. Is that a guarantee to be the bullying going? Bully and going on the bulls. Where is the cellular phone? Here. Post this up over on Instagram and things. Okay, so again, kind of to reiterate what we're going to be going on. We're going to be discussing everything that I know about how to get your webcams looking crisp and capture at their maximum quality. And I also want to help you understand the fundamentals of lighting, why it's important to use lighting. We're going to be talking about settings in OBS for your camera, understanding how to use it, how to edit with how to edit your camera's look and feel so that you can get the best quality out of it. And then we're going to move over into microphones and your sound, talking about what microphones work best, what's the difference between a dynamic and a condenser microphone. Like which should you go with? Also, how to use your EQ monitoring, your audio mixer and that audio monitoring. That's something that I feel is one of the most missed aspects of streaming, is that I feel that people genuinely are unaware or just not quite sure on how to use an audio mixer and be able to see what all your like what it all means. What kind of information can you glean from your audio mixer other than it's green, it's yellow, and it's red? What does that mean when they are in green, yellow, and red? So these are all things that I think that are extremely important as creators that you should understand and you should be able to like use for your benefit. You know, we have all of these tools. There are all these tools made available for us as creators, but there's just not enough people talking about exactly how to use those tools. So I'll talk about that. We're going to also talk about, should you buy a mixer or a Go XLR? If not, how are you going to maximize your sound quality without either of the two? Jesus. And then I'm not going to go into this too much because these filters for your audio filters are things that genuinely are very subjective. So the way that you use filters on your microphone in OBS and stuff like that, there's a huge myriad of different ways of doing that, and there is an insane depth of knowledge that you need to start looking at. But I'll show you kind of the basics, show you what I run on my OBS so that you can get an idea of how it looks and what you can kind of start looking for as far as your whole setup and how it can impact yours. Because my settings and my filters are going to be different because of my microphone, because of my mixer, and your microphone and your mixer, or lack thereof, or whatever it is. Everybody's setup's different, so we'll talk about a little bit of so that you kind of understand just the basics of it, so you can at least go out and start doing your own research. That's what I like to do with all of these workshops, is like on the thumbnails. I like to make these workshops work for you and not really go into details of how it's all worked for me. Give you the understanding and the basics, kind of that foundation, so that you can take what you learn here, go and learn it elsewhere as well, and apply further details into it. That's like my whole goal with how I like to go about teaching in these workshop Wednesdays and instructing, is not going into full details, but giving you general ideas and empowering you to be able to go out and find those details out yourself. Because again, all of our stuff is going to be different. You're going to have a different webcam. You're going to have a different microphone. You're going to be using a different software. You're going to be using all sorts of different things. Not everybody has the exact same setup, and what works for somebody may not work for another person. However, these are all general ideas to help get you in the right, put you in the right direction. Everyone's recipe for success is unique. Exactly. And not only like just a recipe for success, but just your recipe overall. I mean, you can stick to the guidelines and the book, but if you're not putting your own unique flavor into it, then I mean, I guess I just don't really get the point at that point. And so I don't know, that could be viewed as kind of like a negative, I guess, but too often do I see streamers really take the easy way out, and they just want somebody to hold their hands throughout this entire process and tell you, okay, this is what you need to do here, this is what you need to do here, this is what you need to do here, and this is what you need to do here. And yeah, like some people genuinely do require that. However, I think that not only does this community operate differently, is that I want to provide my community and you guys the what am I trying to say? The empowerment to go out and learn the things yourself. The problem that we have in this world of information and this day of information is how much information is out there. And it is very, very difficult to now siphon through. We've hit this like peak of anything you want to find out, you can find out. However, we've hit this point where there is just so much of all sorts of information, whether good or bad, out there, and it is all on the same SEO. So it is so hard to find these kind of this kind of information, like for instance, the thumbnail stream is like, I've never seen anybody explain the idea of those building blocks. And how do you search something like that? That's just something that like you genuinely like there. How do you search the like, how do you search something like that? I don't even know how to search that. And I'm extremely proficient in searching things out. That's like how my whole career has been based off of, is just me searching things. But I wouldn't be able to find that kind of information anywhere without some real digging. And something that I cannot stand is when you're trying to find one specific thing and there isn't any information on that one specific thing. So then you have to kind of piecemeal like 500 different blogs and Reddit posts and YouTube links and videos on Vimeo and all sorts of things. Like it's so hard to discern and try to come to your own conclusion. You don't know what you don't know, and that's a problem. Yeah, exactly. And that's a big deal. And I think that, you know, with this and having it be a live setting, I really like the opportunity to be able to answer your guys' questions and clarify things with you so that you get a better understanding. And it's like, yeah, I want to be able to provide you all with these fundamentals and give you the encouragement and you know, give you the tools necessary that you can go out and start looking for stuff, because you may not even know that there are two different types of microphones. You may not know what the difference is between a Go XLR, a Scarlett, and a Behringer mixing board. You may not even know that there are differences in the webcams, in the lighting, and there are so many different details that, you know, as somebody that's been doing this for 2 years now, over 2 years now, like, and has been in the field of like graphic design and everything like that, it's a lot. There's so much. You're feeling encouraged to go out and do that? Good. So, again, hopefully this is a success. And the success is only measured by you. I don't really care how many viewers I get on this stream today. I mean, obviously, do I want this to like be like the biggest stream to ever happen and then I can like just make content forever and ever? Yes, of course. That's like the ultimate goal and the ultimate dream. However, is that a reality of things? Not really. The thing that I find the most success in is seeing you take the stuff that you learn here and applying it to your own channel and your own content. Like, I can't tell you how happy it makes me to see friends like Super Sand Legend. I know that I keep on bringing him up, but he's like genuinely been one of the only ones that have been like really taking that information and applying that information and really becoming very successful with it. And I am that's my ultimate goal, and that's always been something that I've always been extremely passionate about. And that's why like the career that I'm trying to go into is that like I want to better you. When I was a manager and I was hiring, you know, 16-year-olds, people that have like been like got out of prison, stuff like that, people that have never really worked a retail position, customer facing, any sort of like thing like that, I always made it as excruciating clear as possible that I'm here for you. And whether you stay here and work with me or stay here with this company or stay here with me in any sort of way on the stream, whether you stay a viewer or a friend or a partner or any of that stuff, the biggest thing is that no matter what, whether you're here or whether you leave, I want to ensure that you are given all that you need to make that step either away or further or alongside, with the confidence that I want to ensure that you have in yourself. And that was the whole thing, is that like even with like sales kids, is like, if you work for me for 3 weeks and you leave, you quit, you know, I'm obviously that's going to suck. But the thing that makes me feel a sense of gratification is knowing that I'm giving you the ability to move on in a more positive way. So if I can teach you how to talk to people in a social setting, if I can teach you how to sell something on the sales floor, if I can teach you how to use a till, if I can teach you how to put together a skateboard, like if I can teach you how to turn your camera into a well-working camera, if I can teach you how to use your microphone in a proficient way, if I can teach you how to create thumbnails, like if you take some of this information and you leave forever, that sucks for me. But the thing that, again, that gratification that I have is seeing you apply these certain skills that we talk about here in these workshops, and everything that goes with it, is that I genuinely want to ensure your success. Whether you stay here or leave, the thing that matters most is that you are either staying or you are leaving with the skills and knowledge that can help you pursue further goals in your life. And so that's what I'm trying to that's the ultimate goal here today, and the ultimate goal for these workshops and everything like that. Have you ever tried hey, you tired or oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I put in the description for this video. Hey, you tired of sounding and looking like shit when you go live? Me too. I want you to stop that. So please, for the love of God, let me help you. That's the most real video description that I have ever put out. I forgot to change that, and I'm not going to change it, so I'm glad that somebody read it, though, 1000%. I'm not trying to bash on anybody's anything. I was just like being very nihilistic when I wrote that, and I think that it's hilarious. Hey, you tired of sounding and looking like shit when you go live? Me too. Please, stop that. I want you to stop that. So please, for the love of God, let me help you. Honestly, though, like that's... Let's get down to brass tacks, all right? That is, honest to God, one of the most frustrating things for me as a streamer, okay? Is that, like, I want to scratch my eyes out every time that I see somebody on their stream with their cameras not fully maximized. I want to grab a Sharpie pen and jab it into my ear like this. When I hear people's microphones sounding like this, I can't stand it. This is like, I can't even hear exactly what it sounds like to you guys, but I am sure that it sounds not great. I'm gonna turn all these off. There we go. There we go. It's gonna sound just like that. Can you guys hear my fan blowing in the background? Can you guys hear my everything? My stomach growling? Or does it sound like this when I'm talking to you guys? Even at this, look, you see how loud that was? I was just putting a fan there.
There is a fan on. It's my AC. My AC is turned on. Can you believe it? This is what it feels like and sounds like in some people's streams. Hari, you don't have anything to worry about. It doesn't sound like that. Your sound's fine. I will tell you. If you want me to really tell you what I feel like your stream needs, I'll tell you. However,
that's legit exactly what having a Blue Yeti sounds like when it's not fully optimized. Now listen here. Can you hear this now? POV stream room ASMR. Can you hear the sound quality difference? I hope that you can. I genuinely hope that you can, because I work really hard on trying to make it, again, sound, look, feel professional. As professional as my dumbass can make it sound, okay? And again, am I like the smartest, best streamer out there? No, I'm not. I genuinely am not. Obviously, by the everything that I pull, it's not, you know, I can't like get on this platform and be like, hey, what's up everybody? Do you want 1 million subscribers tomorrow? Well, check it out. This is what you do to make your camera and microphone sound good so that you get 1 million followers. No, but I can hear and I can see and I know what sounds good and I know what looks good. So I want honest, constructive feedback 1000%. I just don't know how quickly I'll implement changes. Yeah, that's fine, 1000%. And you know, I would never go like full on asshole streamer. Has Blue Yeti. Yeah, 1000%. Well, you know what? The good thing is that you know at least a little bit of your Blue Yeti and it sounds fine. How to make $1 million as a streamer, please. Exactly. I will. I try my very best to encourage people not to go with those microphones. However, a lot of people go with them. So hopefully today I can help teach you some things that I do and some things that you can do to make those microphones work for you. Look, there's a reason why there's a bunch of people that use them. They're extremely sensitive though. But if you are using them in the correct way, if you have the right settings turned on to them, and you're using some sort of external, filters and stuff like that. Mariah, hi, welcome. You made it. But if you're using some of that stuff, then there are ways to make the sound quality great. I'm always going to recommend this kind of setup that I have, and we'll talk about a little bit more. We'll talk a little bit more as to why I use this microphone, why I use this setup that I currently have, and why I don't have something like a Go XLR. And why I think that they are a huge waste of money. That's just my personal opinion. Get over it. Hi, though. Just be an adult and buy a Shure. Yeah, or an AT2020. Exactly, 1000%. You don't have to buy a Shure. Definitely don't need to buy a Shure. We'll talk about the Shure and some of that stuff. So we'll talk about the Shure microphone. We'll talk about the AT2020 that I have. We'll talk about the Blue Yeti. We'll talk about the Snowball. We'll talk about some of the other extra ones that have come out, like the Wave from Elgato, the Rode microphone, and just some of the other options that are available out there for you, and the differences between having like an XLR microphone versus a USB microphone. What are the positives? What are the negatives? And all of those things in between. I would love to buy a Shure microphone, but honestly, if you are not just podcasting with it and just broadcasting with it, I don't think that they're the right microphone to have. The Snowballs are funny microphones. They're silly looking for sure. But like that's, again, those are the we're gonna go over all of those details and like why I don't think that having a Shure microphone is necessarily the right thing to do, and what's a better option for you as far as getting a microphone. There's a lot of different things that go into it for sure, and so we'll talk a little bit about that. But first, before we talk more about microphones, let's talk about our cameras. Let's talk about how are we maximizing our web cameras. What is it that makes this webcam look the way that it does here versus this webcam that is grainy, has low frame rates, may not be at the right gain? What are those? What are some of the things that we can do to help maximize your camera's usage? What the hell are all these message retracteds? I don't get it. And resale value is a bit higher. True. But like, honestly, nobody is buying used equipment except for Sweetwater. Let's be honest. That's like, resale value should be the last thing that you look for in anything, because nobody wants to buy used equipment. Nobody wants to buy used equipment. You can sell it and you can get it, but just, I mean, if you're trying to buy something in the idea that you're going to sell it 5 years later or something like that, like, good luck. You're going to get half the value of it as soon as you open the box. However, no, I think I think that it genuinely is something, like a real thing that we should talk about and just kind of make sure that everybody is aware that, like, it genuinely is something to not consider. All right. So, cameras. We've talked about this before a few times now. And what I have for my setup is I use 3 Logitech cameras. It used to be 4, but one of them was the same kind of camera. Let me pop up this camera here. And boom. So I have this camera. I have these 3 cameras. I've got this camera back here, which is the C920 Pro, which is a pretty typical Logitech camera that most people use. I have this camera here, and this is the C930E. And then I have this camera here, and this is the Logitech C615, not Pro. This one's a Pro, this one's an E model, and this one's just a regular model here. What's up, Super Sand? Welcome. It's hard for me to kiss. Oops. Ah, very nice. Very nice kiss. Okay. I hate Logitech cameras. I fucking hate them. But guess what? For webcams, there are very, very little options out there that are better. You legitimately are going to be buying the exact same camera all the way through. The reason why I hate Logitech is not because of the camera, it's because of the software. The software of Logitech is legitimately one of the shittiest programs ever. And if there's anything that I can help you with, first and foremost, is stop using the Logitech software to change your settings, especially if you're using OBS or slobs. You do not need to use that program. You do not. If you are using your C9 2020 Pro or C9 20 Pro, if you're using those in like your Zoom calls and stuff like that, sure, go ahead and use that program and do that stuff. But here's the thing is you do not need to use that program anytime when you are live streaming. Anytime. We're going and let's talk about the real thing that you should be looking and using when you go live on your OBS or your slobs, and how to maximize your video quality. All right, let's go over here. Right on. So we got this thing here. Very little options that are better that aren't $1,700. Right, exactly. And that's the truth of it, honestly. Let me go like this. Let me grab this browser here. We'll go grab a YouTube chat. Boop. I'll go down here. Boom. Just like everywhere. Oh my God, we've got it set up, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Keith. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back, and then we'll kind of go over all of this stuff. 1 second. Chicken fajitas, let's go. All right, you guys, so we're gonna open up a wormhole here, okay, and I'm gonna show you guys my OBS. All right, we're gonna be working kind of in this realm over here for a little bit. We're gonna be over in OBS so that I can kind of show you everything that we're talking about in real time. Okay, so when I'm talking about the Logitech program, usually what it'll look like is this. Logitech camera settings. I'm not going to open this app because if I do, it will completely fuck all my settings up. So here's a strong piece of advice. Is this app right here, that app right there? Don't fucking open that ever. That's like your first thing, is that you do not want to open this application, especially while you're live streaming. So what are we going to do to make sure that our cameras look and feel and are crisp and clear and under control? This is the #1 secret, next to lighting, and we're going to talk about lighting in just a minute as well. But this is going to be your saving grace all the way through your streaming career. All you need to do is do a double click on whatever your camera is. It'll pull up this screen here, right? And you have a bunch of options, blah, blah, blah. You do not need to change any of these settings. Just leave those as they are. However, all you need to do is go to this configure video button and move this over there, pop this thing up, and boom, we've got this properties window right here. This right here is going to do everything that you need to make sure that your camera is looking good. Now, The problem is that you are going to, this is your responsibility as a streamer. This really sucks and I hate it. One of the reasons why Logitech sucks is because they have not implemented a universal program to work for all of their cameras. Isn't that so much fun? This camera works on a different one, this camera works on a different one, and that camera up there works on a different program. They don't all work on the same programs. However, OBS and slobs will inject this properties into your Logitech settings. It's really frustrating, but again, this is the thing that really it doesn't necessarily bug me, but I find a lot of streamers just totally disregard the ownership of your quality. You have to own your quality of your stream. That means this is like you're coming here right now. You're coming here to learn about it. You are going elsewhere to get further details about things. It is on you to ensure the quality of your stream. Now, why do I say that in regards to this window? Is that you are going to have to do this every single time you close OBS and open it again. There are no ways around it. There's no saving your settings, and it genuinely makes me want to cry every day. Every single day that I go live, I have to tool around with this window and fix it. The only way to avoid that is having a camera that actually has its settings built into the camera. That's a problem with webcams, is that most webcams do not have a good clear setting, but this will work for any of your webcams. This will work for if it's a Logitech C920, 922, 930E, C615. If you're using the stream cam from Elgato, if you're using I don't even know what all the other ones are. There's a shit ton of other webcams out there in the universe, all right? But this right here, this properties window is going to be what you use to ensure your camera is it's working at its maximum quality. You got it? We've got this clean and clear and under control. Everybody's you're still caught up with me, right? I'm not losing anybody with this or anything like that. If you guys have questions, be sure to drop them over in the chat, 1000%. Again, though, this is on you to ensure your quality of your stream. So yes, this is something that is frustrating, and it is something that you're going to have to kind of get used to as a content creator or as a live streamer. This is just stuff that is looked over and missed and forgotten about. So, how do we use this properties window, and how do we maximize our camera's quality? I have more questions about audio. Perfect. Well, awesome. Make sure that you're keeping those in mind, because I definitely want to ensure that I am answering all of your questions. So, how do we use this window? What are the things that you can, what are the ways that you can use this window to maximize the quality of your webcam? Well, first of all, let's just break this down. You have two main windows in here. You have this video proc amp, and you have camera control. Your video proc amp is going to give you a lot of your visual settings, I guess. It will give you your brightness. It will give you your contrast. How much saturation. How much sharpness. Ugh, I look like I'm on an old PC. Ugh, I hate it. But as you can see on my settings, I keep these at 128, which is the default setting number. It is in the center of this scale. And this is where I keep all of these settings. So brightness, contrast, sharpness, saturation. Now you can change these things and move them all about to fit your needs if you want to. I suggest whenever you look at something like this, what you do is you take note of this number and then fuck with it. See if like going like brighter is the thing that you want to do or going darker is something that you want to do. Just mess with it. You're not going to break anything. As long as you remember what this number is, you can always set it back up. Oh shit, where'd that go? You can always bring it back to 128, I mean, or back to its original default number. So, there are going to be some of these buttons here that you can check, and some of them you can't. It doesn't even give you the option. I can't check this. I have to keep it there. The one that you will always have the ability to uncheck and check is going to be your white balance here. But this is one that I always keep set to auto. Now, what does white balance do? Let me show you kind of an example. So if I bring my hand up here, look at the quality of the color of my face. Because of how much white there is being transmitted into the sensors of the camera, it gives a kind of a different quality of color. And that's what it's trying to do. The white balance is trying to balance your color out by how much light is being emitted and how much white is being observed by your sensors in the camera. I take my hand away, and you see that it bleeds back into a little bit more of a natural color. And that's why I try to keep the white balance set. If I uncheck this button, it has it's really difficult to try to do this on your own. See, I can kind of like mess around with it and like kind of get it to look fine, but I would rather just have it auto generate the white balance. I've never really had too much of a problem with it. The biggest problem that I have with it is if I ever wear like a really bright colored shirt, if I ever wear like a white shirt, it doesn't really work. It doesn't like that. It doesn't like that. That's something also that you need to kind of be aware of, is like the room that you're in, the clothing that you're wearing, and all of that. If there's not enough contrast, or if there's too much light or there's too much white, your camera's going to have a hard time balancing that out. So try to think about your outfits before you go live. About like, that's why you guys always see me wearing black t-shirts. Like, you never wear this. The Chow shirt, yeah, like I couldn't wear my Chow shirt, and like it sucks. I promise I have a whole closet full of other colored shirts. I just can't really wear them on stream because of my camera settings. So now you guys kind of understand a little bit of why I wear the outfits that I do, and it looks like I only wear one t-shirt. But I promise I don't. All right, so backlight comp, this will either be 1 or 0. There really isn't, and this is something that I genuinely never fuck with. I keep this at 0. There's no real point in that. The next very important setting is your gain setting. This is going to be what you're going to be using, this and another setting in your camera control in tandem with one another. So you have to kind of bounce back and forth between the two tabs and between your gain, and the next thing that we'll talk about is that you have to kind of, you're going to be bouncing back and forth. So what does your gain do? Your gain is the exact same thing as gain in your audio. So gain in your camera is the exact same thing as gain in your audio. And I'll show you what I mean by that. When I turn the gain in my volume up, now you can hear a lot more things, right? I am allowing more sound frequencies through my microphone. The gain is opening up and it is allowing more information to be passed through my microphone. I'm gonna bring my gain back down to where I have it normally set, and you can hear it kind of silence those extra sounds. You know, you can't really hear you can kind of hear me flipping around and stuff like that, but it's not as apparent. Your camera's gain works the exact same way. Is that when you slide this up, you are allowing more information to be passed through your camera's settings, or not your camera settings, but pass through your camera's sensors. So you can see this as I bring my gain up, there is more information being processed through the sensors. And there's a lot of brightness. There is more information being passed into the camera. Now, if I bring it down, it's again the opposite effect. The less gain that I have, the less information is being passed through my sensors. So you kind of want to try to slide this up. And again, you are not going to break anything if you go all the way up, if you go all the way down. That doesn't do anything to your camera whatsoever. So play with this. See what works better for you. See what you like visually on your own. Do I want it to be a little bit brighter? No, that makes my forehead just shine. And I don't like the color washout. If I have it all the way up here, then I'm probably gonna have to use a lot more. I'm gonna have to do a lot more things to do that. But if I bring it down too low, you guys can see now my green screen is now showing in areas, right? This is a little bit of a green screen. This is a little bit of a green screen. If I bring this even lower, you can see more of my green screen. So I use this to help alleviate some of that green screen tear into my screen as well. So I'm getting more information into the sensor, and I'm turning that up a little bit higher so that it will make those go away. Now, but understand that this is a balance of many things. You are balancing a lot through this. You're balancing how much light you use. You are balancing mostly how much light you're using and what your settings are going to be. Say if I have this very high, my spotlight, well, you know what? I could turn my gain down. I could turn my gain down a little bit, and that's still a little too bright, but I could still bring my gain almost all the way down, and it would look like pretty solid quality. Now, if I have my light too low, then I can bring my gain up and kind of compensate a little bit there. So there is a delicate balance between how much lighting you have and how much light you use versus what your software is able to get your camera to process. And you are constantly having to do a balance, especially if you're doing something with a green screen, is that if I have my green screen light on too bright, then you can start to see some of the green screen over here as well. And it also messes with the overall quality of what my camera is taking in. I hate when I can see ripples of green screens. The thing that I really have a hard time with is when it's not necessarily ripples, but it's just you can see a little bit of that just a little bit of that, I guess, fragments of information being lost. And that's what's happening, is that your gain is probably too low. So if you are a streamer and you are using a green screen and chroma keying, you want to ensure a couple things. I don't know exactly how many, but you are going to want to ensure that you have the appropriate amount of lighting on both you, the subject, and your green screen. Too many people I see do this and then try to compensate like this. is that there isn't a light. Oops. They don't have a backlight on the green screen. So if you were using a green screen, be sure that you are looking into making some sort of backlight for yourself. You don't want to have just your one light source on you, the subject, and the light and no light behind you, because you will cast a shadow and it will cause your green screen to not show up. Right? And you want to make sure that the green screen light is as even as possible. You don't want what are called hot spots. And that's what happens here, is if I turn this up, oops, and I move here, you can see that this is what is called a hot spot. There's too much light. Even though it's still green, there's way too much light in that area. So I have to turn that light down. There's still light on it, but now it's a more evenly spread out light. So there's a lot of stuff with the lighting that goes into green screen and chroma keying as well. But you know, it's something that you need to make sure that you are understanding, right? And then this gain. All right, so I said that we're going to be doing a balance of your light, your gain, and one more thing, and that is under your camera control. Your camera control has some interesting things. You can zoom in, which is not recommended. You can zoom in, you can change the focus of the camera, how much focus there is, how little. Usually it's always set down to 0 though. Unless I have something like really close, like if I'm trying to put my hand up here, then I can like focus my hand a little bit, but then I'm all blurry, right? And that's all your focus is doing. Where you're going to really be focusing on in here, no pun intended, is not on your zoom, not on your focus, but on your exposure. Your camera will be set up on auto on both of these. I'm not going to hit auto on here because it's going to fuck up my camera. So you need to uncheck your focus, because this is like number one. This is number one streamer tip with your camera, is turn your autofocus off. I don't care if you're using an A7 III or a Sony A6100 or a Logitech 920 or Logitech 922 Pro. There is nothing that will make your stream look better than turning your autofocus off. It is something that frustrates me whenever I see people not having their autofocus off. So again, turn your autofocus off. You don't need it to autofocus. It will do it on its. It will do it all on its own. You can have it turned off and good. Look, it's crisp. Even it's zoomed in, it's crisp. I don't have to have my autofocus on. It's so annoying to see it do this like weird like auto-focusing thing, and then you see people that are like, oh, my camera's like all out of focus, and they're like trying to get it all unfocused and refocused in. Turn your autofocus off. You don't need it on. 1000%. So anytime, again, this is going to be something that you have to do literally every time you turn on OBS. This is just something that you have to do every time you turn your OBS on. You're going to have to go through all of these settings. You're going to have to turn your focus off. You're going to have to turn your auto exposure off, and you're going to have to fiddle around with these settings. Now, most of the time, whenever I turn my OBS on, my camera looks like this. And I would bet that most of you out there have turned your cameras on and they look like this. You have a low frame rate. You have it's very choppy. It's also bright. It's grainy, and it does this. This is what your exposure is going to do. It's going to cause how much information is being passed through there, and it's just going to cause a lot of problems. So I always turn my exposure down to -5. you might have to turn yours down to -6, but that depends on how much lighting you're using. I cannot stress this enough, that you are going to have to really start playing around with your lighting and with this setting in particular to find out exactly how to make your camera's frame rate set to 60 and make sure that it is looking crisp. And that is through here. You're going to have to play with this because, again, like if I have this up here, what I do, this is my trick of the trade right here, 1000%, is if my camera will not auto do this, it will not like keep a good frame rate, right? It looks like I'm moving normally. I'm not choppy or anything like that. Yo, what's up, Kristen? Welcome. So what I do, this is the number one trick. And it only works as if you have like a light that you can control the luminosity to it. I have a ring light, and I highly suggest you get a ring light as well. But what I do and what you need to do is, if you are experiencing an issue with your frame rates, is that you need to drown your camera's sensors in light. You need to pump as much light into this room as possible, and that will get your settings or your sensor in your camera to calibrate. Oh, it's Net. Hi, what's up, Net? I know, it's so weird to see your name forwards. So what it does is your camera is constantly trying to pick up light. Think of your camera exactly like your eyeballs. How do your eyes work at night? Your pupils get bigger, right? Your pupils expand. Why do they expand? They expand because your eyes are trying to take in more light. And your camera works the exact same way. Your camera's sensor needs to have as much light as possible. I turn my lights down here and off. I still have a good frame rate, but that's because I've already calibrated my sensor in my camera by drowning it in light. So you're going to have to do this crazy kind of balance thing where you turn your light up, you fix your exposure, you bring your exposure down, you bring your light I bring it all the way up. I bring it all the way up. And I guess I can kind of show you how that works. Okay, so I have it on auto exposure right now, right? I'll turn my lights off and it's fine. It's looking fine right there. See how it's compensating now for that light. I'm gonna turn that auto off, and now I can bring my light down a little bit there, and boom. I'm gonna have to fix my gain a little bit. And there, we got it. We got it back to looking the exact same. See how it is a balance between my physical light, my exposure, and then my gain. This is what you are going to have to do to get your cameras to set and look at like that high quality. That gain will be lost if you bring your gain down. You'll lose that kind of like flicker-y look. So we're gonna bring this up a little bit more in here. I don't want it up too much. But it's never going to be the same. Every single day, this value of my gain is different. The value of my light is different. I try to keep it at the same spot, but it's really difficult to make sure that this light is at the exact same luminosity every single day. I've kind of like, my eyes have kind of been trained to be like, oh, that's a little too dark. Oh, that's a little too bright. But you're just gonna have to kind of get used to that as you go. But again, this is a balance between your exposure, your gain, and your physical light in your room. And you're going to have to, again, own the quality of your stream. It is on you to do this. If you don't want to do this, then don't do it. But if you want your camera to be fully optimized, whether it is a Logitech 920 Pro, 922 Pro, a C615, or a 930, or any other webcam out there, these webcams all work the exact same. You're not going to buy a webcam that is better than any other webcam out there. They all work the same. Don't buy a Brio. Those are expensive. And those are too expensive. They do not need to be that expensive, because guess what? They're the exact same fucking camera as literally all of the other cameras. That's the only camera that I will say don't waste your money on, is a Brio. They're like $200 for a webcam, and like, pfft, that is the dumbest thing out there possible. The thing that sucks about webcams is that they try to, they're in a different market than streaming. They're in the market of work from home situations where people don't have professional microphones set up. And so they need to have like a camera, a microphone, and sometimes speakers built into them as well. And that's kind of what a lot of these Logitech cameras do. They try to cram in all this shit inside of it. So it's all encompassing. So it's more marketable, right? But as streamers, we don't need that, right? I'd rather get a regular camera as well. If I could have a regular camera, I would 1000%. Unfortunately, that's out of my budget and out of my price range. I would guess that a lot of you are in the same position where one of those cameras may not be in your will set. If it is, and you have the money to buy those cameras, then awesome. You probably don't need to use this setting ever. If you have a normal camera, you will never have to use this setting. Probably never, ever, never, ever, 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 never. Because all of this shit is in your camera. And that's why I've been so, I've wanted a Sony camera for so long, is just so that I don't have to do this or this every single day I go live. Every single day, if I'm not making sure that my camera is set in the 30 minutes before I start streaming, my camera will not work. And sometimes it's a fight. Sometimes it takes like 15 minutes to get this camera to look good. Sometimes it takes only 2 minutes. Sometimes it takes a whole, like, me turning off all my lights and then turning them all on and then recalibrating. The thing is that plug and play is not real. And if you are trying to stream, I have to strongly ensure that you understand that, again, you are responsible for the quality of your stream. You can't rely on a company doing it for you. You can't rely on a software doing it for you. You can't rely on anybody else doing it for you. It is up to you as a creator to be doing this stuff and learning this sort of thing. You have got it, and you have to remember that that is what you need to do. So, this is the way to do it, and this is the way that you should go about getting your camera, again, whether it's this 930, whether it's a 922, whether it's a 920, whether it's a C615. It doesn't matter which camera. A good camera on a budget. Well, that's kind of a difficult one because there really is no good cameras on budgets anymore. The only reason that I say that is that, let's go over here. Let's close this out. Before we go into camera suggestions, I want to talk about camera suggestions. But do any of you have any questions regarding this properties window in OBS? Is there anything that I can clarify for you, or is there any questions that you may have regarding what you can do to ensure that your stream quality is as crisp and clear as you can possibly do through this properties window. Because there's not a lot of stuff, but there is. And I know that a lot of you out there will open this window and be intimidated by it. And I promise it's not that intimidating. I got it, even if I don't stream and I still understand. Sure. So again, just really quick clarify. You are going to be focusing on 3 things: your exposure, your gain, and your physical light source. Those are the 3 things that you're going to be focusing on, and it is a balance between those 3 sections of it to ensure that your camera is working properly. Because again, something as simple as having your, like, look how bad this looks. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy how just one simple slide over in the wrong direction can cause your camera to absolutely lose all of its quality. It lost all of the frame rate, it lost all the coloring, it's overexposed. It's crazy, right? And that's all just done by one little slide. Now you can see, like, my frame rate is there, my frame rate's better, everything is solid. So again, exposure, gain, and lighting. That's what you're going to want to focus on, and make sure that you hit apply. And unfortunately, again, this is something that is going to be, like, you have to do this literally every fucking time you go live. Every time you close OBS, your settings reset to default, which look like shit. Every time. Every single time it does that. And so, yeah, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you lower it, or, like, the only way that you can get around not having to do that every time that you open up OBS is never closing OBS. And your computer doesn't want to do that. Your computer hates running OBS. I'm sorry. It likes it better than slobs. However, it still doesn't like it. It uses a lot of resources. It uses a shit ton of resources. But you can make any camera look good, right? And we can even do that with this camera, right? I'll show you exactly what I mean with this camera, right? Let's go in and we'll fix this one up. I never knew about OBS and what the struggles you guys have to go through. See, this is something that I kind of wanted to expose as well, so that, like, there's a little bit more appreciation when you see, like, a good quality looking stream versus, like, a not so high quality stream. And what is the difference there? What makes it different? Is it all just your camera? All right, so I'm gonna go into my my settings in here. I'm gonna bring my exposure a little bit down here. I'm gonna bring my gain. Oh man, this camera has a really difficult time. But we can make it, see, we're making it happen. We're getting rid of some of that graininess. I'm also kind of zoomed in as well, so I want to color intensity. We can bring that up just a little bit there. We can bring that contrast down a little bit there. I want that on. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay. Bring that gain up a little bit there. We'll use this right. No, we'll take that off of there. Okay, so this is besides my like my other stuff like being like flickered out of there, I don't think that this camera is too bad. And this is my C615 Pro. So the camera that you see on the left side of the screen, my main camera, that's my C930E. This one right here, this one on that side, god damn it, it's fucked up. The other one that's really big on top of chat right now, that's a C615 Pro. Is it a bad camera? I don't think so. I think that it's a pretty good camera if you have it in like the right spacing. And is there a better camera? Obviously, you guys can kind of tell the difference between the two of them by just obviously looking at the two of them. This camera versus this camera, right? But I don't think that there's that much wrong with the C615. I think that I just have it in kind of a bad place. I think that if I moved it back a little bit, then it would probably look just like a little bit better. I think that the biggest thing is that my filter is fucked up, and that's what it is. Cancel. We'll go like this. We'll go filters, go to my chroma key, turn this similarity down. There we go. We'll turn this one. Okay, it's kind of working. See? Yeah, I just had my chroma key kind of like fucked off. Boom. Okay, so that's like even better still. Obviously not like amazing, but it's still a little bit better, right? And it's really not like that bad. Again, I think that the camera's a little bit too close. I think if I moved it back a little bit further, then it would probably look better. But you can see that there is what the quality difference between the two of them are. The C615, and let's kind of talk about that with what Net had asked. Anyways. So, we'll kind of talk to you a little bit about the differences between these cameras here. Is that I have 3 different Logitechs going all at once. I've got this one in the background. I've got this higher quality one, and then this C615 one over here. Camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. Okay. And they are all kind of ranging in prices. Let me, here, hold on 1 second, and I'll be right back, and I'll open up a, we'll just go on a shopping spree and see what kind of prices there are. So 1 second, hold on, don't go anywhere. Yes, shopping spree indeed. Okay, I'm gonna move OBS back over here. Let's just go to webcams. Let's just go over here and check out webcams, okay? Oops. We're going shopping, gosh damn it. All right. So we're just looking up webcams over here on Google, right? This isn't going to be like the most scientific thing at all. Now, luckily, we are kind of past the pandemic prices in streaming hardware, which is very great. Because this was fucking insane. Last year, 2020 was one of the most insane pandemic price things that we've ever seen ever, right? So let's just look. First and foremost, we have the C920. The C920 is what I have for my camera 3. Why do I have it on my camera 3? Because I hate it. I don't really like it. I don't think that it's very good. It's okay. The 920. Now, the next one is going to be the 922. I've never really been able to use a 922, but the best thing is that it has a higher frame rate. And that's how much movement you can do on screen and it be captured. Again, when we had that lower frame rate, it looked like shit, right? So you've got the C920, $70. It has a huge price cut of 1 penny. Jesus. So for $18 more, you can get a C922. Our friend Mariah People said that she has that 922 Pro. And, you know, I think that this is a great starter camera. I think that this is probably where you want to kind of start your adventure in buying a webcam, is probably with the C922 Pro. Now, I talked about this Brio, and this is kind of a good example as to what you want to avoid and what you should go with. It's the Logitech Brio Ultra HD. It has a 922 by 1080 and 90 frames per second, high definition, low light with 4K Ultra HD quality. That's bullshit. 1,000%. That 4K, do not get tripped up on webcam saying 4K Ultra HD quality. It says right here that it's 1920 by 1080. So it's not 4K, first of all. If it was 4K, it would be in 1440 and higher. It would be 21 by 1440. I can't remember exactly what the next ratio up would be, but that's what it would be if it was genuinely 4K. What they're saying is that with this high of a capture, with that high of a frame rate, you get 4K Ultra HD quality. What that means is that it is just going to it's going to look and feel like it's 4K HD. It's not really 4K HD. It just has the quality of 4K HD. And for $200, you better save your fucking money and buy a regular ass camera, because $200 is like almost, you are like a quarter of the way to a regular ass camera. And you might as well just keep saving, buckaroo, because wasting $200 on a webcam is probably the worst decision that you can make, period. As a content creator, if you're spending $200 on a fucking webcam, you screwed up. You don't need that. For anybody that has bought the Brio, I'm sorry, but you got swindled. $200 for a static camera that you can't take anywhere else, that you can't take photos with, that you can't make videos with, that you can't move elsewhere. It's like insane. It's insane that you would waste $200 on a webcam. Just buy a regular camera at that point, because $200 is, again, a quarter of the way to an actual Sony camera. Just keep saving at that point. Don't waste your money on this. Now, if you're some tech asshole and you want to have the best quality camera on your next Zoom call, go right ahead. And if you have the money to waste on it, go right ahead. I'm not going to police what you do. I'm just going to make fun of you for wasting your money. But if you think that that's not a waste of money, good. Just keep doing that then. You're helping the economy. So thank you for helping the economy. With $200, you better buy yourself a Polaroid, baby. All right. Now, there are some other cameras out there. Logitech came out with the Stream Cam for $200. That's another waste of money. The Razer Kiyo is actually a pretty good option if you want to stay in that $70-$80 range. But at that point, you might as well just go with the Logitech because there really isn't that much of a difference other than you get this stupid ring light that literally does nothing. All right, so now we're going down to the C310. I would probably avoid going into a 310 because at this point, you're only getting 1280 by 720. Now, if you are planning on only doing game footage where you are only in like this size of a window on your screen always and never going over into a just chatting scenario, kind of like this, then you could probably get away with that for sure. But then at that point, you might as well just not have a camera. If you're not going to be interacting with your chat in a way where your camera is turned on and at a high quality, or you're just not even going to just interact with your chat, you know what? You don't need a camera, and that's fine. There's no problem with not using a camera. This is a big thing to remember, you guys, is that you do not need a camera. So, you want to save some money on there? I would strongly advise to not go with one of those. Honestly, if you are only spending $30 on a camera, just save your money and don't stream with a camera. You'll be totally fine without it. I promise you 1000% you will be totally fine not using a camera and just saving up to get a camera that you can actually use. Now, it looks like the C615 may be a very difficult find. So, you are really genuinely, we don't hate Logitech. We don't hate Logitech. We do not hate Logitech. We hate Logitech software. That's it. That's the only problem with Logitech cameras, is that their software is fucking so shit because they have a billion different cameras. I haven't really gotten a chance to use this camera, but I think that this is probably one of the better of the options out there. For $200, this AVX, this one looks like a genuinely like a good solid camera. But again, you're buying it because it has a fucking microphone on there and it sucks. All my homies stream on a C615. Well, they're hard to find now. That's the problem. Is Logitech C615. Now, if you can get this camera, this is the one that you should get on a budget. It looks like there are some out there. So again, like net, if you are looking for a camera on a budget, this is the one that I will recommend always, because you can get it for $30. You can get it for $40. And I've used this camera right here. I've used that camera. I've had this camera since like, I don't know, at least 2016. So I've had this camera for like 5+ years, at least. And it looks and sounds and feels just fine. It looks and feels just fine. This camera does the exact same thing as a 920 does. 1920 by 1080, 30 frames per second, has a microphone. Like, it just doesn't have as quite of a wide camera lens. That's really the only difference, is that this one has a little bit of a tighter lens than the 920 does. But this is a better camera through and through. I would buy this 1,000 times over buying a 920. 922, obviously a little bit different, okay? So let's go back to our shopping. I mean, cameras with mics. I don't like mics with... Yeah, cameras with mics sucks, but you genuinely cannot find... Most webcams will always have a microphone attached to them. But again, if you can buy this camera at $37, I would buy that. I would even pay the $6 shipping for that. If you can find it for $30 to $40, like that's fucking insane. That's great. And it's a great camera. Like, this is the best streaming camera on a budget is the Logitech C615. It's great. It uses a little bit of a different software, and it's a little bit dated, but it has a better resolution. It has just as high as of a frame rate as the 920. It's small and compact, and something that I cannot fucking stand about the 920 versus the C615 is one extremely important thing that I don't know why they stopped doing this with all of their cameras. This is something that bothers the shit out of me so much. Oh, it's so annoying. So, even this camera, my main camera up here, doesn't do this. This camera here has a swivel on it. You can swivel this camera. You cannot do that on any of their other fucking cameras. They got rid of that swivel function. So like this camera up here is a 920. Dude, you can't position it. It just shoots straight. Like it just shoots straight forward. You can't twist it. You can't turn it. You can't do anything about it. So like where it's pointing at is where it's pointing at. There's no like moving it. It only tilts up and down. And that's the dumbest thing ever. It should be able to go like this. It should be able to go like this so that you can make minor adjustments without having to use a tripod. The only way that I can get that to work is if I use this tripod. And this tripod has the swivel function built into it. That's the only way that I can fucking use it. Anyways. And you can close it. That's true. You can close it, and that's great, right? So, in conclusion, the C615 is a great camera to use on a budget. Don't waste your money on a 920, and if you're gonna get a 920, make sure that it's the 922. Okay? Oh my God. So frustrating. I'm so glad that I had an opportunity to get that out because like these are things that make me crazy. Like they drive me up the fucking wall and I just have to live in my own like insanity with nobody else to understand the pain that I have to go through. Every single day I have the pain of having to reset my camera settings, which you're going to have to do as well. Every single day I have to fix this fucking camera so that it's pointing at me, because otherwise it won't be pointing at me. And I could use this other camera that they made that does have the option to swivel, but they decided not to do that. Isn't that great? You can actually clip. You don't have to screen record. You should be able to clip down below. You should be able to make clips the entire time. Let me know if you can or cannot. So, you guys, streaming's a lot harder than you think it is, okay? Mentally. I'm scared you're gonna break. I'm not gonna break. I'm fine. Anyways. Oh, God. I hope that you guys heard that one because it was a big one. Oh, that felt so good. I can feel the endorphins like crawling up into my brain. All right. I think that that's as much as I can really talk about without crying about webcams. Genuinely though, like I again, these are you can't clip. Aw, dang. I guess I'm not cool enough to do that. Streaming is hard. Okay. It's a lot. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. Okay. Dang it. That sucks that we can't clip. All right. So, do any of you guys have any questions regarding like cameras? Like, there are a bunch of cameras out there. You know, there's the new Elgato camera. There's all of the Logitech cameras. There are AverMedia just came out with a camera. Ryzen came out with a camera. Like everybody's has come out with a camera. I think they're still rolling out the clip functionality. I think that you have to be like, part of their program. Oops. I think that you have to like at least have more views than what I have. Okay, so I have to actually go back and fix my camera settings. Bring that up a little bit. Do my lights. Actually, yeah, we'll go like that. We'll go like that. There we go. Go like that. Go like that. I'm going to go to my filters. My chroma key. Turn that up just a little bit. Oh, I see what's wrong. I accidentally kicked my light. That's why my chroma key wasn't working. Okay, cool. Close. You have to be Timmy the taco truck guy, exactly. I mean, honestly, that is a big problem with like streaming on YouTube right now, is that like it's so much fucking harder to get like any sort of like you're a streamer versus Twitch. You guys don't really realize like how like I don't want to like diminish the achievement of becoming an affiliate with Twitch, but compared to literally anything else, becoming an affiliate on Twitch is so much more accessible. I'm not going to say that it's easier, but it's a lot more accessible than anywhere else. Becoming an affiliate on YouTube is fucking hard. You have to have so many views. You have to have so many followers. Like it's not 3 concurrent viewers and 100 followers or 70 followers or whatever the hell it is. It's like you have to have over 1,000 views on your channel. You have to have like over 1,000 followers, subscribers, or whatever. Jamie Taco. Gosh damn Jamie Taco. So that's really everything that I can help you guys out with when it comes to webcams, kind of giving you an idea of like what kind of cameras to look for and just understanding the balance between your lighting, your camera settings. Now we can talk further about lighting, but I genuinely, the thing is, the easiest rule of thumb with lighting is the more lighting you have, the better. The more lighting you have, the better. Now you can start learning a little bit more about lighting placements. I currently, in my room right now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights turned on, and my headlight, my overhead light turned off. So I have my ring light, which is projected over me at a 45-degree angle to illuminate me as the subject. I have a secondary light behind I'll turn that one off so you can kind of see the difference. I have a secondary light, and see how much balance my camera has to do now? I have a secondary light that sits behind my monitor. I have to go be an adult and run errands. Hey man, no worries. We're going to have the VOD up, brother. Next, we're going to be talking about all of the audio stuff. So hopefully some of this camera stuff has helped you out. And I know that you're a homie and we'll check out the audio stuff, but have a great day. Thank you so much for stopping by and kicking it with us, dude. Love you much. Everybody go to Super Sand Legends YouTube and his Twitch and drop a subscription and drop a follow over on there 1,000%. He's been putting out a ton of content and it's all looking extremely, it's all great. And you can learn a lot from him. And really enjoy a lot of great content coming from his channel. So everybody go and support that man because he's great. 1,000%. The most caringest, 1,000%. So again, I have this camera here, my ring light. that I can dial up or dial down. I can change the lighting on there and manipulate it. I highly suggest that you get something like this as well if you're deciding to get into content creation. A lot of people will say stupid shit like get just a light bulb and a lamp. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't waste your time. I mean, you can do that for a first little bit, and I'll show you exactly why. Let me just show you what my stream used to look like when I very first started streaming. You guys want to go do a blast from the past? I know, none of those work, unfortunately. It's 30 seconds behind. I'm so sorry. That's kind of why I've just like been talking and talking and talking and talking. And I apologize if I'm missing stuff or making you feel like I don't care, because I do care and I love you guys, okay? All right, we're going to do a blast from the past, though, and go all the way back to 2019 when I first started streaming, okay? And I'm going to show you guys what it looks like when you stream without a ring light. You guys remember this music? This was my very first intro. Look at how much lighting I have in my on my camera. Get fucked up. Okay. Give me that. Give me that, give me that. Streaming in the dark. Streaming in the dark. I think that was a very good intro.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your boy, EurekaFresh. Thank you guys all for making it out today. Let's go over to the chat screen.
Let's go over to the chat screen, everybody.
What's up, everybody?
All right. So let's just break this down on what this looks like, right? And I'll tell you exactly what I had there versus what I have now. So what I had in this was I had two lights. I had two lights in this entire place. I know. Look at the progress. Look at that progress, okay? That was the just chatting. This is the just chatting. Now, hi. Did we make it better? Probably not. It still looks like shit. Just kidding. That was way before Pork Slop. That was way before Squinks and Hari Kuno Joe. Can you believe it? I cannot. All right. So in this, I had two lights. I was using this light fixture that I have back here right now and a light bulb. It was just a lamp. It was just a lamp that I realized it was the first day of streaming. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I was like, I'm so excited. I'm streaming tonight. It's my very first stream. I'm so excited. And then I remembered that I didn't have a light. And I was doing like what you guys were saying is I was streaming in the dark. I was streaming in the dark because I didn't have a light source. I didn't have any sort of like ring light, spotlight, or anything. And I was like, dude, I'm going live tonight. I'm super excited. And it was on my way home. I was driving home and I remembered, oh fuck, I don't have a light for my face. So I stopped by a Big Lots and I found the first desk lamp that I could find that had like a way to like position the light. And I know now my blinds are blocked off by the by my artwork because I didn't like having my blinds back there. So I stopped by a Big Lots. I grabbed a lamp and just a light bulb, any sort of light bulb. I think actually I got an LED light bulb. I highly suggest getting one of those, preferably one of like the smart ones that you can use on your phone. That way you can kind of control the luminosity to it. But I didn't have a light my very first day going live. However, I got a lamp, I got a light, and I had that light going on. And I had this light in the background, and that was it. I didn't know really anything about lighting at the time. I didn't know really anything about what was going on with it. Everything was like, I had this pop filter where I would just like put my face on it the entire time. I get not using blinds though. I hate noisy pedestrians. I know. Well, my neighbors probably think that I'm some fucking lunatic because I always have crazy lights going on everywhere. Love the pink light, 1000%. I mean, we've had different lights and stuff in here and everything. Like,
since the end of the war, he turned into a real bleeding heart.
But there's no like other lights. It's very dark in here. We've got that backlight back there, but I don't really have anything else. Oh, I'm kind of covering myself. I didn't realize that I was covering myself there. We'll go back over here. Hey, it's me. Oh, noisy? Oh, I don't know. What do you mean by that? Snoopers? Nosy. Not noisy. Nosy. Didn't I say nosy? Not noisy? Nosy neighbors. Yeah, I don't like nosy neighbors as well. I keep my blinds a little bit open so that I get a little bit more natural light bleeding in, but it really doesn't matter. But anyways, so this was what I used to have set up. It was literally 2 lights in my room. Now we go back over here and I have a bunch of different lights going on right now. I have my main light that I have up here. I have my secondary light over here. I'm sorry. And I have a floodlight back. This is the lamp that I was talking about. You can kind of see it up here. I have this light projecting more green light so that it can capture more light for my green screen. I have this floodlight behind me down here so that it can illuminate my green screen. And then I also have that pink light is on back there, but it's turned on as green so that it can again give me a little bit more of an even light distribution on my green screen. But I mean, I have another light too. I used to have this light on all the time down here too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different lights going on. 7. I had 7 lights going on. 7 lights. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 lights all going all at once. So what does that mean? Don't be afraid of using lights. It will really help you. And once you get more lights and stuff like that, then you can kind of start to understand like a little bit of like positioning lights, how you use like a priority light versus secondary light, background light, backlights, all of that stuff. So don't be afraid of having lights in your room. I mean, obviously, like you want to watch your power bill and everything like that. But the more lights, the better your cameras will work. again, like I said before, is that to get your camera to look this way versus looking choppy or anything like that is genuinely going to be a balance between your physical light and your camera settings. Without both of those, you will not be able to achieve what you really want to achieve. Your webcam will do as much work as it can possibly do, but without the actual physical light, you are going to have a difficult time in recreating a high quality image. That light is for clapping cheeks. That light is great for clapping cheeks. Get ready in the morning to clap some cheeks. And then this one is a good one for clapping cheeks. Cheeks, yes, 1000%. So I don't really want to go over like what kind of lights to get and stuff like that. Like just get a ring light that isn't a cheap one. Don't make your own ring light. I've seen a lot of people be like, you can make one out of LED strips and fucking aluminum foil. Don't do that. It doesn't work. I tried it. It doesn't work the way that you think that it's going to. LEDs are not as bright as you think they are. It just doesn't work out very well. I've seen that TikTok. I've seen all of it. I've seen it all. I've seen it all. I've seen it all. Don't buy this, buy this. Don't buy this, buy this. That one homie that makes the ring light out of cereal boxes and shit like that, like it looks good, but it doesn't work good. It looks like a ring light, but it doesn't work like a ring light. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Don't try to do it. It doesn't work. I promise. The luminosity of those lights just will not work, you know. And so, like, if you were thinking about using a camera, the number one thing that you're going to want also are more lights. Now, you can use like what I did. You can use a lamp with a light. As long as you can like position it and kind of work with it, you can make it work 1000%. But think about getting a ring light. That's all I'm going to say. All right. What are we at? We're at 4 o'clock. I've wasted an hour and a half of your life. So, do we have any more questions about cameras, about lighting? Are there any areas of what we've talked about already that you would like for me to clarify, or is there something that is an interest to you that you want to dive further into? Because if not, we're going to start going into a little bit more of the audio side of it. Not wasted. Sure. Thank you. It's all very informative. I really hope so. I really genuinely hope so. Again, this is all for all of you and for your benefit to hopefully help you gain the confidence to be able to go live on your own and really know like some of the stuff that like you just don't know. And that's kind of like it's nice, and it's very it's very satisfying for me to kind of show you guys behind the scenes stuff of what really goes into a stream, and like what really goes into the difference between, you know, a stream that has a certain look and feel to it versus a stream that doesn't really have that certain look and feel to it, and how much work and time and money really goes into this whole production. I mean, we're doing so much shit. If this was a like a TV studio, it's a lot. The job of a streamer is like the job of 6, 7, 8 people at once. if this was if broadcasting live was looked at in the same vein that broadcasting like a television, like a news program, for instance, news is probably the closest approximation from broadcasting live on the internet to broadcasting live on TV. It looks like a ring light, but it works like a ringworm. Exactly. But like at a news studio, you have people that operate your cameras. You have people that operate your production quality and moving your cameras and directing that sort of stuff. You have people that are constantly monitoring your audio quality and whether it sounds good or sounds like shit. You have people that are creating the graphics that you see get put up on the screen. Oops, boop. You have people building this stuff. You have people building this stuff. You have people making up the content. You have the actual talent on screen reading the stuff back to you. Like, it's insane. Like, it's genuinely insane to think about, like, if you were to take this job and put it into like terms of like an actual broadcasting association, like streamers do the job of like 10 people. Hey, I really appreciate that. And I'm not trying to like be like, meh, appreciate what I do, but it is something that I feel like gets overlooked a lot. And it's something that I feel like not only does it get overlooked, but it gets forgotten about to the point that everybody's like, well, I can do this. Well, I could make more money than this person. I'm better at video games than they are. And honestly, nobody gives a fuck about how good you are at video games. I'm sorry. You can be the best gamer, and then you could probably then fall back on that, but you've got to be a fucking good gamer to fall back on that, because there's a lot of good gamers out there in this world. There's a shit ton of good gamers out there. Broadcasting live is so much more than just turning on a button and going live and playing video games. I know that most of you already know that, but it genuinely is something that like a lot of people forget about, and a lot of people look at it like I know that there are people like that I have met in this world of streaming, and I know that there are other creators out there that got into it thinking I can do this and I should be able to make a lot of money in doing this, and then they aren't able to really follow through with their abilities to entertain, with their abilities to create content, with their abilities to maintain an online presence, to manage a community. Like there is a lot to it. And then they do shit like copying other people's content because they can't do it themselves. So they're just like, well, if this person's doing that, then if I do that, that equals money in my pocket, right? Wrong. That doesn't mean shit. You could do the exact same thing as literally anybody else, but if you aren't doing everything that goes along with it, you're not going to do it at that same level that they're doing it. Just chatting is the money maker nowadays. This is true. Just chatting is a moneymaker. Just chatting, I mean, just chatting is genuinely like the biggest thing. And the reason why just chatting is so much more popular than a lot of things is because I cannot stress this enough. Nobody gives a fuck about what you're playing. Nobody cares what you're doing on your stream. And this may sound like I'm saying nobody cares about you, but you would be wrong. Because that's the whole point of it. That's the reason why you guys are here right now. It's not because I'm doing a workshop Wednesday and you guys want to learn everything about streaming. It's because of the hard work that is getting put in every single day to create content and manage a community and do all the things that a streamer needs to do to ensure that you guys are here to be entertained by the streamer. By you. You're the person that they want to see. They want to come and watch you. They want to hang out with you. They don't give a fuck about what you're doing. They want to hang out with you. That's what it's all about. And once you realize that it's not about what game you're playing, what category you're in, what shit you're doing on your stream, if you're not like doing the other stuff, you can't really expect people to just come for that. Like, there's a billion other streamers out there doing the same thing. You're never going to do something like fully unique, I guess. At the end of the day, people are there for you. For you. Because why? You're awesome. And you should realize that. And what makes you awesome is you. Not the content. Not the stuff that you're doing. Not the game you're playing. It's you. Okay? All right. So now that I've gotten that off my chest, let's talk about audio, you guys. Because even though we've talked a lot about cameras, we've talked about lighting, we've talked about, obviously, you as a content creator. The number one thing that will turn somebody away from your content is having poor audio quality. Because as much as we as creators would like to tell ourselves and lie to ourselves that the idea that you guys are here watching us from when we hit go live to when we end the stream and your eyes are glued on the screen always, that's not true. For instance, when I'm not live, I am lurking in everybody's stream. All of my friends that go live, I am most likely in their stream lurking. If Hari Kunojo is live, I'm lurking in there. If ALR52 is live, I'm lurking there. Ruka Senpai, I'm lurking. Sortedly speaking, I'm lurking. K to the Dash, Mariah Peoples, Lady Buggy. I mean, all of my friends that I support and want to show my support to, I am most likely lurking on their channel and listening to them. And that's what's happening 95% of the time of your stream. As a lot of it is you've got other tabs open, you're multitasking. We are in this world where we have like crazy attention spans. So like, especially if you are like neurodivergent, it's really hard to just like stay focused on one thing. Don't turn away ever, right? We got a lot of tabs open. We got a lot of stuff going on. I'm leaving my seat and going and doing dishes and then coming back and sitting down and then doing things and then getting up and cleaning my bathroom or going to the bathroom, and then I'm going to go and lay down on my bed, and then I go out into the living room, and then I go back into the kitchen, and then I come back in here. Like, we are doing stuff always. But the one thing that we can always do is listen. You can always listen to something. Always. That's like one of our like evolutionary sensory like efficiencies is our ability to listen always, right? Our ears are never closed like our eyes are. Our ears are always open and we can always hear what's going on. And this is why audio is such an important quality to ensure is at its highest. Is making sure that your audio sound is good, making sure that your viewers can hear you. that's a big one, is that too many streamers think that their fucking stream, or that they are being too loud. The best thing that you can do is make your audience turn your stream down. Now, it's great to sit in a happy medium, but if I have to turn your tab all the way up and I still can't hear you, dude, I'm probably just going to mute you because I can't hear you anyways, and I'm listening to 5 other streamers going at the same time. Now, I will turn some up and turn them down and turn them up and turn them down and turn them up and turn them down and blah, blah, blah. But if I have to keep yours pinned all the way up to the very high maximum and I still can't hear what the fuck you're saying, you've got to fix your audio. And that's what we're going to talk about with this. Is I want to get into helping you understand how to read your mixer, your audio mixer. What does it mean? But first, before we go into any of that stuff, let's just talk about microphones for a second, right? I'm not going to go into like too many details. We can talk about like some recommendations for microphones and all of that stuff, but let's just talk about the 2 different microphones. That's why I put Al's on the lowest and I can still hear him. Yeah. And honestly, that is, he has one of the loudest streams. Yes. But I love it. I love that I can regulate how much or how little I hear Al. I love that he has his volume up so loud. Is that like, yes. Is it kind of like a lot sometimes? Yeah, for sure. But you can turn it down. The worst is when you turn things all the way up and you still can't hear people. And again, it is so crucial as a streamer to connect with your audience, because again, like I said, this is why I wanted to preface this part by talking about why you are so important to your stream. And why people come to your channel is to hang out and be a part of your life. They want to hang out with you. They want to hear what you have to say. They want to feel like they're part of a conversation, or you want to feel like you're a part of a conversation with the person that you are watching. And whether they have a camera on or not, the easiest way that you can connect with your audience is through your voice. Let me just show you this. If I go like this, and I go like this, and we keep talking like this, I can still engage with you guys just about the exact same way as if I had my cameras turned on. This is why having cameras is great, but not necessary. Is that I can go and turn off all my cameras and I can still have a conversation with you all that still is engaging and doesn't need to have an extra sensory connection. As long as my audio sounds good, then we'll still hang out. Now, if I had no cameras and my audio sounded like this and didn't sound very good, and I was talking to you like this in a room like that, it doesn't sound very good. Now, you guys are here because you're here, but if it was like somebody that just came by and didn't know who I was or what I looked like or any of the other stuff, they would just hear this stuff and all of this stuff because my audio doesn't sound very good. But I bring it on back in, bring it on back to a normal sound and normal audio quality. Somebody comes walking through the stream or hanging out, streaming from the air vents, exactly. There's a way that they can still connect and that we can still have a connection with one another without my camera turned on. Now I turn my camera on. That's just like bonus, honestly. That's like the thing is that like Having your webcams turned on is literally just bonus gravy, right? That's like just bonus at that point. It's great to have a camera, but it's not necessary because audio is more important. Audio will always be more important. So, when I see people ask, can I stream without a microphone? No. No. No, you cannot. Sure, you could. It's physically possible to stream without a microphone, yes. But what the fuck is the point? What's the point of that? Why would you stream if you don't have a camera or a microphone? Am I the crazy one? Am I taking crazy pills? I don't get it. Now, obviously, we live in a world where everybody wants to be like, yeah, of course, do what you want, do what feels appropriate, do what makes you feel most comfortable. But what the fuck is the point of going live if you're not trying to put yourself out there and connect with people out on the internet? You're just trying to make money then for playing video games? You're trying to show people new video games without like connecting with? I don't get it. I don't get it, and I think that you are wasting everybody's bandwidth at that point. I will flat out tell you that is stupid. You gotta stream with a fucking microphone. You've got, even if it's a shitty microphone, you gotta at least have a microphone. Otherwise, dude, what is the point? You've gotta tell me. You have to be able to answer that question. Is what is the point of streaming without a microphone if you think that you want to stream without a microphone? I like, it makes my brain feel like it is imploding into a black hole, trying to come up with an actual conceivable concept as to why you would go through the fucking process of even getting to the point where you can live stream if you're not going to do it with a microphone. People do ask that. This is something that I have seen get brought up, and it makes my brain hurt so bad to think about it. You can stream, and I don't want to make anybody like cry for not following your dreams because I'm being a mean streamer and telling you no, you can't. If you want to stream without a microphone, then go ahead. But don't expect anything out of it. Don't expect anything out of it. Don't expect that you are going to gain a following or anything. Now, I'm sure that there is some fucking crazy world out there where there will be some people that follow that. I don't get it. We used to have somebody here in the community that's no longer part of the community anymore. I don't know why, but they used to always be like, I think I'm going to start streaming soon. I'm going to start streaming soon. Like every week they would come by and say they're going to start streaming soon. And I'd be like, nice, dude. Heck yeah. Try to encourage that. Trying to encourage it. Blah, blah, blah. And they would always be like, but I don't think that I'm going to have my a microphone or my camera set up. And I was always just like, then don't stream. Don't do it. Don't stream. You don't have to. Just don't. Just don't. Don't stream. Don't do it. That defeats the purpose of it. Streaming is meant to be a way of connecting with people outside of your circle. Streaming is meant to share things and share yourself with friends and people around you. That's the point of it. That's the whole point. That's why they made it. That's why they did it. That's why they do the thing. That's why streaming's a thing. Did you know that that's why streaming is a thing? Please, if you're going to stream, get a microphone, at least. You don't have to have a webcam. If you're shy, that's fine. Guess what? That's what webcams, camless streams are totally fine. That is totally fine, but you gotta have a microphone. So, that being said, now that we've got that all out of the way and I've gotten that off of my chest, hopefully that will help you understand why it's important to have a microphone while you're live streaming. If you don't want to do that, you should make just YouTube content and then don't ever, ever complain about people not showing up for any of your content. If that's all you're gonna do, do not say a fucking word about nobody showing up ever. Okay? Anyways. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about the type of microphones that you could use to connect with your audience. There's two different types of microphones out there. There's a whole array of different companies. There's a whole array from like low end to the most insane high end you will ever see in your entire life. I'm talking, you can get a microphone for $20. You could get a microphone for $20,000. So there's a big area. We're going to kind of tighten that down to a little bit of a smaller area. Do I recommend doing anything at the $20 range? No, I do not. However, if that's all that you could do, that is better than nothing. Okay? I'll show you what I have. It's kind of crazy because it's all fucked up, but I have this right here. You see this? You see this little baby microphone here? This is actually a really, really amazing microphone. It doesn't sound the best. No. It's a gaming microphone. It's like a gamer's headset microphone. Okay, it's like a Turtle Beach style gaming thing. The coolest part about it is that I have some Audio-Technica headphones. These are the MX80s. These are fucking amazing headphones. I highly suggest getting some of these. You can get custom little pads for them. But check this out. I take this little thing. Boom. Now I have a gaming microphone on my headset. What? It's so sick. And it's just a little magnet that gets stuck to it. This was $20. It's from a company called Ant Lion. Ant Lion, like an ant and a lion. That'll turn any headset into a gaming headset. It'll turn anything into a gaming headset. And like that's better than not having a microphone. That was $20. Do I suggest going with that microphone? Not really. But it'll be better than nothing, obviously. Again, like I said, it's very important to understand that it's important to have a microphone regardless of its quality. So, the two different types of microphones that you will be exposed to when you are out searching for microphones are one of two. You can either look for a microphone that is called a dynamic microphone, and you can find what is called a condenser microphone. What does dynamic and condenser mean? I'm not going to go into the full details of them, but let's break it down. So, a dynamic microphone. Dynamic microphones are usually a little bit more on the affordable side. You can usually find dynamic microphones at an affordable cost. Let me go grab my other microphone really quick to show you. This right here was the very first microphone that I ever got for any sort of content production. This is the Audio-Technica ATR 2100. Why do I love this microphone so much? This is a dynamic microphone. it has the option of using an XLR or a USB. So this is a both USB and a dynamic. That's another variable that you're going to be finding in the world of microphones. You will either have a microphone that has an XLR port or a microphone that has a USB port. Does it matter if you have XLR or USB? Yes and no. I splurged a few months back and bought a AT2020. Ask me why I haven't used it. I'm missing one little piece for it to work for my mixer. I don't remember what it's called. SOS, please help. Please send me a picture of what you need. Most likely what you did was you may have gotten the XLR microphone versus the USB microphone. If you get an XLR microphone, you have to use an audio interface to send the electrical signal from your XLR and turning it into a digital signal that your PC will be able to process. If you have a USB connection, you can forego using any sort of audio interface, and you can plug directly into your PC. It's like a Scarlett, exactly, and we'll talk about that a little bit further, for sure. But let's just focus on this microphone right now because it has everything that we need to. These two microphones that I have are both a condenser microphone and a dynamic microphone. This condenser microphone is an XLR only. This one has both. So if you have a microphone that has the 3 prongs on it, like a hole like this, that is an XLR microphone. What that means is that you are sending an electrical signal through what is called analog. That is just pure electrical signal. It is just an electrical signal. Now with a USB, you are now sending that signal digitally. And that will be able to plug into your PC. Your PC has no way to use an analog plug unless you're plugging into the microphone port onto your thing. But then you need to have a way to you need to have a device that will change your XLR plug into a 1/8 jack, which fucking doesn't exist, really. They do exist, but they are huge and will probably break after using it for any amount of time. So, again, if you have these 3 prongs on your microphone, you have to use an audio interface. We'll talk more about audio interfaces in just a moment. So yeah, that's the 2 big differences there as well. So you're going to be looking for microphones. You want to make sure that, let's back up. The microphones that have a USB port will be a little bit more expensive. Anywhere from $20 to maybe $50 more. However, you will save money because you don't have to get that audio interface. So, and it'll be a little bit easier of use. The problem is that you won't have as much control. That's a big thing, is control. I'm really, really big on the control of the microphone and the sound quality. So, if you get a microphone that has an XLR instead of a digital, you have to get an audio interface to process that electrical signal into a digital signal so your computer can understand what's happening through your microphone. They will be a little bit more affordable if they are just an XLR. But remember, that affordability comes at a higher cost. What that means is you will have to spend an additional amount of money to be able to process the signal from your microphone to your PC. So there are a lot of pros and cons when it comes to microphones, especially when it comes to just this back end of it, whether it's a digital or it's an analog plug. Again, digital USB makes it so you can plug right into your computer, but you lose the ability to control the sound quality a little bit without using some sort of like software. You could get software and it would work just fine. People will try to tell you that XLR is better than digital. But a lot of people will tell you that the sound quality is better with an XLR than a USB. That is not true. That is a lie. You can have the exact same sound quality with a USB and an XLR. You just have to achieve them through different means. One is usually more software based. The other is more hardware based. So it's all up to you as a content creator how far you want to dive into the world of audio equipment. Do you not want to use a lot of audio equipment? Great, you can get a USB microphone. The AT2020, this microphone comes in a USB version. The Blue Yeti is a USB microphone. The Elgato Wave is a great USB option. I think is probably one of the best of the USB options. Even though the AT2020, I'm just going to say it right now. AT2020 is the best microphone that you can get, bar none, period. There's no better microphone out there right now for the price. Obviously, again, like I said, you can go anywhere from $20 to $20,000. For the price, there is not a single microphone that works better than this microphone. Period. I've been around a lot of microphones. I have spent a lot of time in recording studios with recording equipment through a lot of different ways, and I know a lot about the different microphones to tell you that this microphone is the best, pound for pound, dollar for dollar. The AT2020 XLR is the best microphone. If you're going to get a microphone that is just USB based, there are better microphones that are USB than the AT2020. Like I said, the Elgato, I hate Elgato, but the Elgato Wave microphone is a great digital USB microphone. So, that's all. That's Are there any questions, I guess, right now, before we start diving into the difference between dynamic and condenser microphones? Do you have any questions about XLR versus USB? And we can kind of go over those and answer any of those questions before we go into a little bit further detail as to what makes this microphone different than this microphone, other than the way that they look, right? There's a huge difference between the two of them. But I know that there's a lot. Like Squinks obviously is having an issue with not being able to use an AT2020, which I would assume is going to be due to the fact that there isn't a digital audio interface between the two of them. But if you what's going on here? There we go. I think that I had my thing up too. Oh, maybe did I turn my filters back on? Yes, I did. Okay. No? Okay. Cool. So that's a big thing, right? That's a huge, huge difference between the two microphones. So, the difference now. So now that we've kind of figured out the difference between how you hook up the microphones and the audio interface, or the difference between having to use an audio interface versus not having to do it, blah, blah, blah. Those are something that you will have to kind of consider as a content creator, where your money is going to go and where you want to save money, spend time, not spend time. I will tell you right now, even though it's more expensive to go the XLR route because you have to get more audio equipment, it is way easier. It is so much easier and so much more time saving than having to rely on software and learn about software and all of that shit that goes along with it. I just need one little piece. You showed it to me before, but I don't remember what and which one it is. Send me a picture, and I'll try to answer that for you, for sure. So we got that all out of the way. Again, like I said, analog is easier, more time saving. Digital is cheaper, but is more costly in your time. And I think that time is more valuable than money any day, bar none. So now that we've got that out of the way, let's talk about the difference between a dynamic microphone and a condenser microphone. What is the main difference between the two of these? Well, this one right here is a dynamic microphone. Most microphones that are dynamic will look like this. Most microphones that you see somebody holding like a microphone like this is a dynamic microphone. That's just kind of a physical, the physical difference between microphones is if you are talking into it like this is most likely a dynamic microphone. The Shure 7B or SM7B, the really high $300, $600 microphone, that is a dynamic microphone. Believe it or not, it's a dynamic microphone. You talk into it like this. Now let me give you an idea of what these sound like. Okay, there we go. So now we're plugged directly into the ATR 2100, the dynamic microphone. You can probably already hear what the difference is between the AT2020 and the AT2100. Dynamic microphones are used for loud sounds. They are better for live instruments. They are better for live studio audiences. Yo, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. And the pros of a dynamic microphone is that they are more affordable. They are more durable. You can hit this, you can drop this. I don't suggest it. You don't want to be doing that, but they're a lot more durable. And they do not need an extra power source. You do not need to provide more power to this microphone. All you have to do is plug it in and start talking into it. And start talking into it. Period. You always gotta cup your microphone. Anyways. But a dynamic microphone. The biggest difference between what is going on inside this mesh versus going on inside this mesh is that the way that the microphone is capturing sound waves. So what is happening is as my voice goes outward, this is directing its sensitivity straight forward. So if I come over, as well as if I start talking and you can hear it a little bit better as it goes versus going over to the sides. Now, every microphone is like that, but it's going to be a little bit more directional like that. You can capture some sounds over here, but it's going to work best right here directly in front of your face. Most microphones work best right here in front of your face. So, the cons to having a dynamic microphone is that they are not very sensitive to quiet sounds. You can kind of hear the sound quality is a little bit muddied. And the reason why I like this microphone as a dynamic microphone versus any other microphones that are dynamic is one, the cost, and two, that's XLR and USB. And three, I guess, is that this actually has a very rich sound quality. It does capture a little bit more of the high ends, but it has a very full-bodied sound to it, a very full-body sound quality. And that's what you're going to get with dynamic microphones. That's why the Shure microphone, the Shure 7M or SM7B, that's why that microphone is used in podcasts. That's why that microphone is used in vocal recordings for bands. They don't, I do not think that they are good for doing voiceovers. They are very good at making broadcasting, and they are very good at capturing that very, very rich tone. They get a lot of those low ends. But the problem is that you don't get a very crisp sounding quality, right? You guys can probably hear it right now, is that there is a little bit of that sort of muddiness to the quality of the sound. And that's what you're going to get with most dynamic microphones, is that you're going to have something like this. It still will sound good. I could turn this up and probably get a little bit more of those noises because I'm turning my gain up and allowing more information to be processed through the microphone. But I'm going to keep my gain down here and keep it at this kind of level. So now we kind of understand, now you should kind of understand what this dynamic mic sounds like. Let's go back to the condenser microphone. Okay, so now we're back with the condenser AT2020. Now you can probably hear that there are a lot more tones coming through this sound. There's a little bit more of that natural sound. You don't really get that muddiness and that dampness of the sound quality. You can definitely dampen it up and you can make it a little bit more enclosed. But that is what condenser mics do differently than dynamic microphones. The condenser microphone is used for capturing more complex sounds, and that's why they are used in voiceover more, is that you are capturing more sound quality. You get a little bit more of those higher frequencies. You just get more frequencies. And the reason why is, again, this dynamic microphone, and why they're called dynamic microphones, is that they are capturing the sounds directly towards it. Now, same with this microphone. If I come over here, you can't really hear it as well because I'm not pointed at the microphone. There is a back to the microphone and a front to the microphone, even though it's a vertical standing microphone. Dynamic sounded like you were in a closet full of clothes. Right, exactly. And that's what I was saying with that damp sound is what you get with that. Whereas with this, you get a little bit more of a clarity. Now, what happens is when you speak, your voice travels in a cone. Your voice travels outwards. It doesn't go directly out of your mouth and straight. When you talk, any sound that you make goes outward in a cone. They don't obviously go out the sides. It starts at the corner of your mouth and it goes out at basically a perfect 45-degree angle outwards. So what a condenser microphone does is the way that it captures is it captures in a bubble. A round bubble is like, imagine a bubble being emitted out of the front of your microphone. And a condenser microphone will capture all of the sound waves that travel outward from where your mouth goes or where your sound is projected from. So the sound qualities that are coming out in this direction and this direction are being captured by the bubble of sensitivity that this microphone creates. Dynamic microphones do not do that. They have a directional, they are capturing just the sounds that are coming straight out of your mouth. That's all that the dynamic microphone captures, is what comes from the straight of your mouth all the way into the microphone. That's why you talk into it directly. Whereas with this microphone, I can position it a little bit away from my face, and I don't have to necessarily be talking directly into it. I can, but I do have to be aware that it is a more sensitive microphone, and that if I'm closer, it's going to get louder. So I can comfortably have a conversation with you and speak in a conversational tone and not worry about really the position of this microphone, because it's going to capture all of those sound waves that are coming out. Now, I kind of have it off to the side, but I do that mostly for aesthetic reasons when I'm streaming with all of you. When I'm in my recording booth, which is my closet, I make sure that I am talking directly into it. There's like a bunch of circles going out. Lower volumes have smaller circles. Yeah, essentially. And yeah, it's a wave. It genuinely is a wave. It starts from here and it waves out. And that's what this thing is going to capture, is going to capture all of those wavelengths from over here to right here, right here, right here, right here. And it captures more of those frequencies. So you have a wider range of frequencies that will be captured through a condenser microphone. So the pros to it is that it's more sensitive and it's more accurate to your voice. The cons to it are that it's going to be more expensive. They are going to cost you more money. You will not find a dynamic microphone at the $20,000 range. I mean, you might, but most of them are going to be a condenser microphone. The Shure 7M or S7MB, whatever the fuck, is $300. It's a dynamic microphone, but it's like fucking amazing dynamic microphone. Now you can get like shotgun microphones and all sorts of things, blah, blah, blah. We're not talking about any of that stuff. We're just talking about getting you started with microphones and understanding the differences between them. The cons to having a condenser microphone is also the pro to having a condenser microphone. The pro and con simultaneously is that it is more sensitive. It is way more sensitive. And this is why a Blue Yeti microphone by itself sucks. Doesn't suck. But the reason why you will need to use a lot more stuff to make a Yeti microphone sound good is that they try to pull off this, like, you have a mixer built into the microphone and all you have to do is flip a switch and it will change the way that it sounds. That's not right. You need a lot more to make it sound well, because it will capture every noise. A Blue Yeti microphone is extremely sensitive and it captures everything. Your neighbors are walking around in the other apartment next to you, it will capture that. Your stomach starts growling because you haven't eaten because you've been streaming for 6 hours and playing Fortnite, it will capture your stomach growling. It captures everything because of how sensitive it is. And without using any sort of audio interface, it's going to continue to capture all of those frequencies from everywhere. That's why I don't really suggest going with one of those, is because it's extremely sensitive and the internal mixing system that they say that they have sucks. It doesn't work very well. You can get it to work and you can make it work. And this is not to discourage anybody that has a Blue Yeti microphone, because I know there are a lot of people that do have a Blue Yeti microphone. This is simply to elaborate the idea that you will need to use external software to help that microphone sound good, sound great. That is content. So, stomach ASMR. You guys hold on one second. I'll be right back. And if you guys have any questions between those two, put them in the chat and I'll come and answer them. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so Squinks just sent me a photo of her mixer, and this is kind of something that this is a good kind of transition into talking about our audio interfaces. The thing that you are missing, Squinks. You will be missing two things there. You're missing two things. One, you're probably not missing this. This is probably came with your mixer, but it's the USB interface. It's a USB-B and a USB-A, or vice versa. This plugs into your computer. This plugs into your mixer. These are extremely common cables that you can get, but this is something that you will need to have to plug in your mixer that you have into your computer. This is your audio interface from your mixer to your computer. So you need one of these. And you also need you will need a cable. You'll need to get a cable, an XLR cable that you can plug your microphone into your audio interface. You'll need that in any sort of audio interface, period. But you'll need a cable to plug in from your microphone to your mixer, and you'll need the USB cable to go from your mixer to your PC. Most likely, the mixer to your PC cable you probably already have. The XLR cable you have to buy separately. Unfortunately, it's kind of stupid. I wish that they would come with them, but they don't. So you probably have to get those two things. Cool. So with that being said, let's talk about. You have the XLR cable. Okay, so then you'll just need the USB cable that will plug in from your audio interface to your computer then, probably. I don't remember what we were talking about that night exactly, so I will have to get some more details on there. I'm an idiot and can't remember stuff, so I apologize. However, we can get you set up and get you rolling on it and get you a great sounding audio equipment, because you already have a bunch of really amazing audio equipment. You have the AT2020, you've got a mixer that I prefer, and you've got everything ready to go. So we'll get you set up. So which should you go with when it comes to those microphones, and which should you avoid as microphones? This is a big subjective kind of question and answer. Let's go shopping. Sweetwater. Let's go to sweetwater.com. Shop by category. Microphones. Okay, all right. So let's just go straight into condenser microphones, and we can just kind of look at the different prices. All right, so as you can see, these prices can kind of hurt really bad, hurt your feelings very quickly, and make you feel very, very, very sad. Very sad. $1,500, $4,000 or $3,600. $900, $400 almost. $800, $1,000. But looky what we have right here. We have the Audio-Technica AT2020 cardioid condenser microphone. That is this microphone right here. This thing, pound for pound, dollar for dollar, is the best price and quality that you can find. There are no other microphones out on the market, period, that are better. If you were wanting to get a cardioid condenser microphone that is an XLR, this is the choice for you. This is the best microphone, period. There are no other microphones that even get close. There are microphones out there at a similar price point, but there are a lot of microphones out there that just do not do the same thing. This is a good option here. It's the same microphone that Kit Boga uses. It's literally the same microphone that like fucking so many people use. Literally is like it genuinely is the best microphone, period. Now you can go up a little bit more. You can get this Audio-Technica AT4040, this Rode mini USB condenser microphone. I've heard some good things about that one. That is fine, but again, that is a USB audio interface. I mean, I genuinely for $100, I don't know how you can go wrong with this microphone. There's no other microphone in here. Like, if you are gonna go with a Blue Yeti, you better be going with one of these Bluebirds or this baby bottle one. Like, these are of the blue microphones. These are kind of the ones that you want to go with. Don't waste your time on Blue Yetis anymore. This is me trying to help you. I'm not trying to belittle anybody that has one. I'm just trying to help the people that haven't purchased one yet, that have only seen Blue Yeti microphones out there. One, they're really big. It's a big microphone. They're really, really, really big. They're honky. You can't really find these cages, these rattle cages. You can't really find any with a good rattle cage there that fits it. Anyways. So for $100, $99, you can get the Audio-Technica AT2020, and I don't suggest any other microphone for $100. Now see, if we go down here, this Audio-Technica AT2020 USB, it's $150. So you're getting it for $50 more. You can get the version that has the USB connection. And again, like I was saying before, is that you are saving money. You have to spend a little bit more, but you do end up saving some money because you don't have the audio interface. What you are spending is a little bit more on the microphone and a little bit more time, because you will have to use a lot more internal software to get it to sound the way that you might want it to sound. Now, that's not to say that I don't use internal software as well. I do have those on my PC. I have filters on this microphone running digitally. So this isn't to say that you are clean and clear and out of the way of ever having to use software. You still have to. You could get everything. You could get everything for $250, and I'll show you exactly what I have for my setup and what you can get for your setup as well. Let's go into dynamic microphones and just kind of take a look at the price difference between them. Now, this is the one that we kept on talking about, the Shure SM7B. This is like the go-to microphone. If you're a broadcaster, this is a fucking amazing microphone. I wish I had one. The thing is, though, is that if I was still doing voiceover, I would use this microphone over that microphone every day. Every day, if I was doing voiceover recording, I would use this $100 microphone over that $400 microphone every single time. I would never use that microphone to do voiceover. Ever. Never. Because you can hear that this microphone has that dynamic muddiness to it. It's not, though. It really isn't. It is the gold standard in some areas, and this is the big thing. Don't fall into this lie that it's like the #1 best microphone. It is not. It is the best microphone for broadcasting. It is the best microphone for vocal, like recording if you are doing metal and stuff. It is not a good microphone for voice-over. It is not a good microphone for doing any sort of professional voiceover production. This is something that you need to understand. This is why spending $200 on a webcam is fucking dumb. Is because if you are wanting to make content, you need to be able to be as versatile as possible. And this is why every single thing that I do is in the scope of being able to use it in multiple ways of content creation. If you are getting the Shure SM7B and you are only using it for broadcasting, that is fucking amazing. It is the best sounding microphone for broadcast. There is no other microphone out there that captures the same sort of warmth and depth that microphone does when you are right up in its fucking face and you are broadcasting into it for podcasting or any sort of radio broadcasting, or you are shouting into it and screaming into it as a singer or a vocalist in a band. Those are the two areas that microphone does well in. But it sucks as a voiceover. So if you are thinking about you wanting to, like, that's why this microphone, the AT2020, is so much better, is that you can use this for broadcasting. You can use this for voice recording. You can use this for singing. You can use this for room audio if you're trying to capture room audio. Like there is so much more versatility that this microphone can offer than that $400 thing. But again, if you are thinking about getting into just broadcasting or just vocal stuff, this is a great fucking microphone. But this is why the Blue Yeti is like the most dominant in the field, is that people are... Alex Jones uses the SM7B. Literally fucking everybody uses the SM7B. There isn't a single radio broadcaster. There isn't a single anybody that does any sort of broadcasting. They are using this microphone or above. They aren't going down below to this. They aren't going down below to anything else. That is the standard. That's where you start, and then you go up from there. Everybody uses it for that one specific thing. But again, you are trying to create content. You need to be able to be versatile. That's why I say with the webcam, you want to spend money on a webcam. If you want to spend $200, just save it up for a regular camera. That way you can actually do other things with that camera. Spending $200 to set a camera up in front of your computer and then never touch it again, that's a waste of money. You're not going to like be doing shit with that. I'm making a joke because there's not an instance where that Goonie isn't screaming like a vulture. That's true, 1000%. And I'm not like trying to like make you feel like I'm attacking you. I am attacking the idea that this is the fucking microphone that everybody needs to have to be a streamer. And that's like the what people feel like and think about is that like if you want to have good sounding quality, you have to have the Shure SM7B vocal dynamic microphone. The thing is that, and that's what I just want to be make sure that I am as clear as fucking mud that this microphone is amazing, but it is not what you need to spend your money on. You can save up and spend it, and again, spend your money however the fuck you want to spend your money. Okay, good. Okay, good. But again, great microphone. Is it the best? Not necessarily. This microphone is really fucking good. You can actually make this microphone sound like this microphone for $300 less. This is probably one of the best dynamic microphones out there. Is this little SM57, dude? This thing is so sick. This thing is fucking so good. This is one of the best microphones. You could beat the living shit out of this microphone and it will work for 300. This is like the Nokia cell phone. Like you could probably shoot this with a gun and still be able to record the best sounding drum fills that you could possibly record. Like this thing is this is the gold standard in microphones. I think that you can do so much with this little fucking $100 little baby than you could do with like any other microphone, and it is just so good. It is a very great microphone, and if you want to be different and you want to have great sounding microphone and you don't want to have one of these microphones, you might consider getting this microphone, and you can make this thing sound fucking great. Like it is insane how good this microphone can be for $100. If you only have $100 to spend, I would suggest either buying the AT2020 is probably your best option. But if you want to be a little bit different, this microphone is fucking dope. So anyways, so that's the difference between the two microphone types out there in the world and the two different audio interfaces. I mean, the two different ways that your microphone will connect to your PC. Let's go to audio interface. Let's just look up an audio interface. Okay. This is where I'm going to get a little bit heated as well. We're kind of running out of time. I'm actually surprised that this is like that we've gone over so much today. But there's a lot, and we haven't even fucking scratched the surface on like anything really. Just gotten over a lot of the basic stuff. So this is just kind of a look into how much there is out there and how much you as a content creator, again, are responsible to learn about and become aware of. Scarlett, the gold standard as well. I'm going to fucking break your legs. Just kidding. Yes, heated. Okay. So, audio interfaces. This only this, again, this is only going to be relevant to you if you decide to use an XLR microphone. Find out next week on Workshop Wednesdays. So these things are only going to be necessary if you decide to go with an microphone that requires an XLR connection to your microphone and your PC. These little boxes are the things that will scramble up your electrical signal and turn it into a digital signal. It turns analog into digital, and then it makes it so that your PC can understand what kind of electrical signals this microphone is producing. Now, so many people out there will tell you to just get a Scarlett, which is this thing right here, the Focusrite Scarlett what the fuck ever. Probably this one. This is a $225 bundle. Great. Grand and wonderful. Let's see if we can just find the one by itself. So, for $120, this is what you get. You get an audio interface. This is the Scarlett Solo, whatever generation, blah, blah, blah. This thing will turn your XLR connection into a digital connection and send it out through USB to your PC. And that's it. That's all that microphone will do. I mean, that audio interface. That's it. That's all that thing does. It doesn't do anything else. It has some knobs on it, and it has a gain control on there. But it doesn't do another fucking thing other than make your microphone talk to your PC. And that's it. That's all it fucking does. All it does is turn your electrical signal from your microphone into a digital signal and sends it to your PC. So your PC can say, ah, that's what it's happening from the thingy over there. It doesn't do anything else. And some people will tell you that that's all you need. But those people are wrong. Flat out wrong. Look, they're not wrong. In most cases, I'll back up and I'll stop being so hyperbolous about it. In a lot of cases, this audio interface is going to be a great option for you. It's going to do everything that you need by getting your microphone to talk to your computer so that you can plug your microphone into your computer. But remember, as we were talking about with other dynamic microphones, with Blue Yeti microphones, with all of the other USB microphones, you might as well just buy a USB microphone at this point. If you are buying this thing, then you might as well just get a USB microphone, because this thing is not doing anything else for you that a USB microphone cannot do. So if I buy this microphone for $100, I buy this audio interface for $120. That's $220 when I could have just bought the AT2020 USB microphone and plugged it into my computer for $150. I just saved $75, $80, because this thing will not do anything else other than plug into your computer and turn on. And at that point, you should buy a USB microphone. Just buy a USB microphone. Just buy a USB microphone. There's no fucking point in buying an AT2020 and then buying a Focusrite. There is no point in that whatsoever. It is, you're not doing anything. You're not helping yourself. You are not getting a higher end quality microphone. You are not doing anything else than wasting money. And again, this is going to be something that a lot of people watch this and they're like, oh, fuck, he's making me feel bad for the thing that I bought. And I apologize if that is true. I do not want to discourage you from your purchase. I simply want to encourage other people that haven't already bought this thing to maybe consider a different route. If you are buying a Scarlett because you got a microphone that only plugs in with an XLR, you should have just got a USB microphone, and you should just get a USB microphone. And that is the honest to God truth. 1,000%. Every single day, I will tell you that you wasted your money because that is what you just bought. You just bought a USB microphone for $80 more. Now, again, there are so many people out there that don't really care about wasting money. There are so many people that try to justify their costs. But let me try to strongly suggest a second or a different route to go. A different route to take that will be so much more beneficial for you in the long run. In the long run, this will be so much better for you. If you buy a microphone with an XLR, send this thing back, and let me show you what you should buy. You shouldn't even look at any of these stupid red boxes. What you should do is look up something, not one of these. No, not these. What you should do is not buy an audio interface. What you should do instead is look for an audio mixer. Not a Go XLR. Go XLR is a better choice, but they're super expensive. Boom. Right here. This is what I have currently right now. This is what I have currently right now. I'm looking at it right now. The Q1202 USB Xenix from Behringer. Oh, there's so much stuff on this thing. There are so many things. I'm so intimidated by this because there are so many different things on here. Well, you can go and find a smaller one. There are smaller versions of this, and Yamaha makes a very great one-up version of this. But for $10 less, you get to plug in four separate audio inputs. So say, for instance, you're a content creator that starts blowing up. Say, for instance, then you want to make a podcast. Well, guess what? You just bought a Scarlett, and it only has one fucking audio plug-in. You can't plug in more microphones. You're going to have to now buy another audio interface, and you're going to have to buy a mixer, because now you're going to have another microphone that you want to plug in. Maybe you want a DJ. You can now plug in your microphone and your DJ equipment. Maybe you want to plug in your guitar or bass or something and 2 microphones. You now have the ability to do so by spending $10 less. And this does the exact same thing that a Scarlett does. The exact same thing. However, it does more. Not only do you have the gain dial that the Scarlett has, you also get these EQ dials. Now, this is where everything starts to make much better choice, makes it a much better choice. is now you have the ability to physically manipulate the way that your audio sounds without any sort of headache of using your any software. I could control literally every sound on here. I can make the low end higher. I can take out the lows. I can bring in the highs and the mids. I now have the opportunity to change exactly how it sounds. If I want to start throwing in some FX, I can start throwing in some FX. If I want to pan my microphone from left to right, I can pan my microphone from left to right. If I want to make my microphone sound louder without turning the gain up, I can make it louder without turning the gain up. Or I can turn my DJ equipment up to a little bit and keep my microphone at the same level. This is what you get with a mixer, is you get the opportunity to now expand your horizons when you're content creating. You have a lot more control. You can actually listen. Like when I put my headphones on, I am hearing the raw sound that my microphone is making. I'm not listening to it be played back through my PC. I'm not monitoring through my app where it does like a little bit of a half step delay and then it makes my brain break because I can't talk with a little bit of a stutter there. I hear the exact sound as it enters the microphone from my mouth into the microphone. It is immediate monitoring. I can hear exactly how my microphone sounds, and I can adjust it on the fly. I get to do all of it, all through the same audio equipment that costs $10 less. And now if I wanted to, I could have pork chop and squinks. You guys could come over and we could live stream. That's why I've been able to live stream with my parents, with other streamers. I've been able to do that because I have this. I have this option. Now, do I ever use more than two? No, I don't really. But what is better? What is better? Never using it, but having the ability to use it? Or never using it and then needing the ability to use it and not being able to. It doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. You're spending $10 more for an audio interface. This does the exact same thing. It gives you what's called phantom power. You need phantom power to run this microphone. If I don't have that phantom power turned on, this microphone doesn't work. If I don't have that phantom power on, this microphone will not work. I can plug that in and it will start to die out. Turn that back on and now it's back up and working. This is why you should always consider buying this before you decide to buy a Scarlett. And for anybody that has bought a Scarlett, I'm sorry. I don't want to make anybody feel bad. Again, I totally understand why people buy them. I understand why people haven't gotten the information about this. I understand why this is way more intimidating than looking at a Scarlett. Let's go pull up the Sweetwater again. See, this is $170 just for 2 fucking holes. Like, I understand. This is extremely, the two of these are, the two of these side by side is scary, right? One of these looks way more intimidating than the other one, right? This one is like, oh, I can manage that. I've never really used any sort of anything. But let's just kind of break this down. What you're looking at right here. You have a gain. You have a second gain. You have a phantom power. That 48 volts is a phantom power. You get a monitor knob. This is just for your headphones so that you can hear what is being played through there. That's all that big knob does. That big knob just turns your headphones up. That's fucking stupid. And then that one I think is a general volume audio knob. But gain and gain. And that is it. That is it, and that is all. For $109, you get the gain knobs, but for 4 of them, you can plug in a 1/4 jack, which is this silver hole here, or you can plug in an XLR, which is the XLR hole. All right, like, here's the thing too, is like, look at, go back here. Let's go to Focusrite. All right, let me see this. Turn up the headphones and volume on my PC though. Exactly. Scarlett. Solo. Because this is the cheapest version, right? This is the most inexpensive version, is the $119 one. Let me show you something here. Look at this hole here. You see how this is an XLR, right? That's an XLR port. Okay. Now look at this. This is an XLR and a 1/4 jack. So you can plug in now an XLR and a 1/4 jack plug-in cable. Guess what this has always had? It has always had the 2. It has the 2 always. How do I plug in my DJ equipment? I use that 1/4 jack. Always. Always. So, in conclusion, if you want to save your money and you want to go the easiest, smoothest route, just buy a USB microphone. But if you want to have a setup that gives you the ability to do far more than just streaming, then think about the future of your content and where it can take you. And consider learning just a little bit more about these audio interfaces, and then make a more educated decision. And I hope that my passion hasn't really dissuade any of you from doing anything. I hope that you all understand that it's just something that really frustrates me, because there are so many people that just tell you fucking to get something because they got it, and that's just the way that everybody should do it because they did it that way, and that's how you should too. And I guess I'm kind of telling you the same thing. But the reason why I got all of my stuff the way that I got it is because of the reasons that we've talked about. Giving you the opportunity to do more. Do more, and even, as we just saw, spend less. If you just apply a little bit of that forward thinking to your future, I promise you will save money, you will save time, you will save headaches, you won't waste any money, And this is why things like the Go XLR are good. But if you're not running 2 PCs, you do not need a Go XLR. If you're running 2 PCs, then they make sense. If you're not, though, they are just expensive and you're just trying to show off. That's all that is, honestly. I mean, like I said, I have been in and around audio equipment for a long time, and there are some things that the Go XLR do really, really well. If you are thinking about just getting one audio interface, I would suggest just spending the money on a Go XLR. They're super expensive, but they do a lot of really rad stuff that a lot of things cannot do, just simply can't do. But if you are looking to get into content creation and you are looking to do it in a way that preserves your future longevity and your ability to create multifaceted content, then these are the ways that I would highly, highly suggest. And these are the reasons why I have done all of the decisions that I have made while making my content and building my channel and everything has all been in the idea of that future of content creation. Is that like, I personally want the opportunity to do a podcast with people if I ever had the opportunity. I want to be able to plug my DJ equipment in and talk to you guys simultaneously. I want the ability to manipulate the way that my microphone sounds without having to use software elements. I want to be able to live monitor my sound without having to worry about any sort of delay. Now, are there some things that are negatives of it? Somewhat, yeah. There are things that I have had to work around. You know, they're like voice mod is something that is kind of difficult for me in the way that my setup is. It's hard to use voice mod in the way that I would really like to. But that's like really it. It would be a lot easier too if I could separate the tracks out a little bit more. That would be more through a Go XLR. But again, all of this stuff is to, like I said before, is to try to empower you in the path of getting into content creation and help kind of clarify some of the misinformation that we have out there as content creators. Like, everybody wants to fucking make how-to content, right? Everybody wants to help other streamers and all of this stuff, and there's a shit ton of content, and there's a lot better content creators out there doing it. But there is so much out there of people that just genuinely don't really know what they're talking about, but kind of know because of their own experience. And I want to try to help clear that up and help you understand that not everything out there, like what Porkchop was like saying, is that like, this is the gold standard. This is like, I know that you're like trolling with it, but there are genuinely, like, that is the zeitgeist of streaming, is that like, this is the best thing. This is the best item out there. This is the best of the best. And this is what you should buy anytime you are getting into content creation. And that's a lie. Most of it is a lie. And I'm not sponsored by any of this product or anything like that, so you can take whatever information I have given to you with whatever kind of grains of salt. But understand that, like, I genuinely want to see more people empowered to make better decisions, and not necessarily better decisions, but more of a making more informed decisions. Now you can decide to go and yeah, I know. Hi Keo, welcome. But you can take any of this information and you can throw it away, or you can run with it. But at least now you know what the differences are in your microphones, what the differences are in your audio interfaces, what are the differences in webcams, and what are some of the ways that you can make your webcams work for you. And what are some of the not necessarily true to form truths out there that so many people say. There are so many out there that, and that just believe as they have heard, and don't fucking listen to me. Like, don't take everything I said and be like, this is the only thing that sounds good because Eureka said that this is the only one that he would ever use. And that's the only way that you can make it. You use whatever you want. You buy whatever you want. You can make your quality any way that you want. This is all simply to help those that may not have already made purchases, help those that want to make further purchases, help those that have struggled with some aspects of the like the content creation that they have only heard one thing, and that's what happens, right? That's what's happened in the streaming world, is that like people don't have time or haven't had anybody to really direct them in a lot of these scenarios, and have kind of just gone with what they see the most, what they've heard the most. And that's why you see so many Blue Yetis. That's why you see so many Scarlets. And that's why there are just so many out there, is because nobody has really, I don't think that anybody has really ever taken the time, or not necessarily taken the time, but I don't think that there are enough people out there really speaking on these subjects clearly and concisely in a way that can help you in the long run. And hopefully you guys have learned a bunch of stuff today, and I'm really appreciative that you guys like have come by and come through and learned some stuff. I'm sorry that we haven't really gotten to interact like as much, but I mean, we've covered so much, and I didn't even get into a lot of the things. Like, I didn't get to talk about like compression and EQ and audio chains, things of that nature that will also maximize your sound quality. But we'll be able to I'll figure out some other stuff to be able to help create a little bit more. And we're going to be doing more workshop Wednesdays. I mean, and you guys know the channel in the Discord is always open. And if there are any questions that you need further assistance on, I hope that you guys can trust in my knowledge and my experience, and trust in me to genuinely like be there to help you and like get you to get the right stuff. Again, I'm not sponsored by Audio Technica. I would fucking love that. That would be the best. I'm not sponsored by Behringer. I'm not sponsored by Logitech. I'm not sponsored by this newer ring light company or anything like that. So all of this stuff is all from my own personal experience. All of this stuff is from my own personal knowledge that I've gained from 15 years of being around a lot of this stuff. Over 2 years of streaming with the cameras and stuff like that. And so it is all just me trying to share with you and impart my knowledge to you, so that you as maybe an aspiring streamer, maybe you as a current streamer that wants to do more, maybe you as somebody who hasn't even thought about streaming may now want to consider it, and now you have at least another side of it. And there will be so many other people that will give their opinions. And that's all this is. All this is my opinion. And like, there will be people that are like whole hogging on Elgato stuff. They're going to get the Go XLR. They're going to get the Wave microphone. They're going to get the Stream Cam. They're going to get the light things. They're all of that stuff because it's all Elgato, and Elgato is Elgato, and Elgato. That's great. That's great. They make great products. I personally just don't think that they have what satisfies my needs. And this is the thing, is that kind of like what we were talking about with the Shure microphone, is understanding that like not everybody's content is created equally, and not everybody's needs are satisfied by one way or another. Like, I thought about buying a Go XLR forever. I started saving money to buy it, and then I realized that like I couldn't stream with it. I couldn't do any of my DJ streams with the Go XLR. It doesn't mean that that's a bad product. It just means that for my needs, I wouldn't be able to do it. Maybe for your needs, though, you would be able to use it. Maybe you don't necessarily want to, maybe you don't have space for a mixing board. Maybe you only have a certain allotted amount of space that you have to conserve, and you know, using a Scarlett interface is a good option. I think if that is the case, I still think that you should just buy a USB microphone, because that's essentially what you're doing. And with like the microphone thing, some microphones are better for some avenues of content creation versus other avenues of content creation. My personal avenue requires that I have something like this. And that's just it, is that like every stream is unique to its own. Every stream is a snowflake. Every stream is a sunflower. Every stream is a different walk, and you have to be the one to be able to understand what your needs are. Again, what I started with in this whole thing and what I will end with today is that as a content creator, as a streamer, you are responsible for your own quality. There's nobody else out there. There's no other program. There's no other hardware. There's nothing out there that you'll be able to fully lean into to create great quality content for you. You are responsible for it. So it's up to you to learn about the things, understand the differences between different aspects, learn how to work in a hardware and software dynamic. It's up to you to create what you create. And I hope that after today and after all of this, you kind of take a look at streaming and all of the content creators that you know, all the streamers that you watch, and understand that each person has had to take on these responsibilities, and how each person tackles those different responsibilities and how those people work towards those will really kind of show you like who are the different creators out there and what they are all, what the big difference is between them. There is no better, lesser than creator. There's no competition between, I mean, there is, and it really sucks when people make it into a competition, for sure. That's really fucking annoying. But there really isn't. We are all doing the same thing. We are all trying to achieve the same goal, which is to entertain our viewers and you guys at home and make sure that you all are having a good time hanging out. Hadoken, yo, welcome, dude. Welcome. Yes. So we're doing Workshop Wednesdays over here live on YouTube. I appreciate you coming by. But yeah, so with that, I want to open it up for any of you guys out there. Are there any questions out there? Hadoken to your face. Are there any questions out there that I can answer as we are kind of like closing the stream up and getting ready to end it? It's weird, like not being able to raid. We haven't really been raiding for the past couple days anyways, but is there anything that you guys want a little bit more clarification on? Is there something that we didn't cover that you might want to have answered or anything like that? I want to open that up to you guys because I've been talking out a lot today. My voice is like starting to go because of how much I'm talking. But yeah, I mean, there's so much shit to this, and if anything, hopefully, like I said earlier, is that like this is kind of giving you a little bit of a behind the scenes look into just how much shit there is to do in streaming. There's a lot. Fish, man. There is so much. And that's the thing, is that like this is just my channel streaming, and like there is so many more levels above. And like just the like thinking about like everything that we've just talked about today, how much we talked about last time, like I don't know if you guys understand how much there is out there. There's a lot of creators out there creating a lot of shit. And when you like land on a page where there is just absolutely insanely high quality content getting pushed out, yo, there's a lot of time, there's a lot of experience, there's a lot of money, there's a lot going into those streams. And even from just like the very basic streams, even those streams are fucking insane. There's just so much to it. There's a lot to it. So appreciate your streamer friends out there, and appreciate all streamer content creators out there working their asses off to make quality content. I'm sorry that we didn't get to cover all the OBS filters for the sound quality stuff, but I think that we covered a lot of important stuff today. Oh my great googly moogly. Cool. Well, shooty, you guys. I think that that's going to end it for me today. We're going to be back here again, or not back here again. We're going to be back over on Twitch tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We're going to be playing more Genshin Impact over there. But I appreciate you guys migrating over to this side of the world on YouTube. I genuinely, I feel like it's been really great being over here. We might start considering to the idea of moving over here entirely. Dude, what the fuck? This chat is going by so much. Whoa. Wait, whoa. The chats are so different. Yeah, fuck Twitch for sure. For some reason, one chat is just catching up to like everything. I'm seeing Will Porkchop have broken legs thanks to Riki's gold standard. Find out next week. That was a long time ago. But anyways, I love you guys so very much. Again, we're going to be back here. Not back here. Fuck, that's so hard to not say that. Anyways, we're going to be back over on Twitch tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, where we're going to be playing more Genshin Impact. Does anybody watch me? If you guys have any more questions about content creation or anything that we talked about today, feel free to go drop your questions over in the Workshop Wednesdays channel on Discord. I'm happy to answer your questions at any time and help you pursue your dreams as well. You all make my life absolutely incredible just by being here, and I appreciate all of you for, I know, that was like 3 segments ago, I know. But I appreciate you all being here and hanging out, being part of this whole process over here and everything. So I appreciate y'all 1,000%. You guys all have a good rest of your evening, and we'll see you back over on Twitch on the Flip Flow. Bye, everybody.